Hello, good evening, everybody. How are you all? Just sitting here on my own just now. There is going to be a few people joining us tonight, but thank you to everyone for joining the Blether tonight. As you will probably know, this is my very last one before I move on to pastures new. I have been easily distracted by tractors, as you might know, so I'm not going to be working with tractors. I'm still in the whiskey industry. But got some special guests on with us tonight. Had a long think about many of the wonderful guests that we've had on the Blethers over the last kind of couple of years. It's been pretty special, pretty fantastic, a lot of good people, and really hard to kind of single out particular individuals that you've enjoyed talking with. But the two guests that we've got on tonight are two of my absolute favourite people in the industry, proper decent guys, and we'll just have a wee chat and catch up with them as we go along. Mike is going to join us tonight. He's busy at work just now. He's going to join us later on, and I think Kat's going to pop in as well. A few of you will know Kat already, and will know that Kat's probably going to be taking over my position on the Blether, so you'll get to know her a wee bit better again tonight. So good evening, Dave. Thanks for joining us. And good evening, Greg, joining us from Germany. I told you not to go to Germany. You need to come to Scotland. You're always going to the wrong countries, but we'll let you off this time. Apparently, you're going to be joining us in June, so hopefully we'll see you then. And Willis, nice to see you. I was driving past your neck of the woods yesterday, dropped my daughter off at her flat down in Manchester. She's moved down there with her boyfriend for a wee while. And so I drive down, but I was on a schedule to get the minibus back. So I didn't have time to give you a shout and maybe pop in past. You were possibly working anyway. Hi, Dave. Good to see you. In the bath, I hope. Not that we should be thinking about that too much, but that's where Dave likes to be when he's on the Blether. So a nice relaxing one. Hopefully lots of suds and a nice dram pour there, Dave. So before we go any further, in the green room, we have our first guest. Is he there? Oh, yes, he is. I thought blending in with the blending in with the background. I thought he'd maybe disappeared off screen. Hi, Tobias. Thank you very much for your nice wishes there. But hopefully we'll see you in my new place. Let's get our first guest in. Hello, sir, Mr. McAlister, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Again.
Yeah, a bit of a habit there.
You can't help yourself, can you?
What can I say? Yeah, absolutely wonderful. It really is. You know, it's brilliant, Russell. You know, it's as I was mentioning to you there before we came on. Yeah. You know, it's wonderful to see the place. You know, it really it's confidence back. It's on our rolls. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. You know, it's all
absolutely.
It's all good.
There must be a real good buzz about the place, though.
There is, you know, as I say, you know, the team's growing all the time. You know, Davy Watson, the Marshman. I mean, Davy's been here longer than me. Davy's been twice as long as I've been here, Russell, and he's seen it all at Glen Scotia. So for me, you know, it's wonderful when you see guys like that, and they're convinced now the place actually has got a life after where it was. So. Yeah. As I say, you know, it's found its confidence. It's, you know, it's just in a nice place. So we'll just need to nurture that slowly and carefully.
Absolutely, well, indeed, which is the motto for the whole industry, anyway, isn't it? Slowly and carefully, and and maturing nicely as we both are as well, of course.
Absolutely, yes. But yeah, thank you. As I say, it's a pleasure to be here with you tonight. You're a wonderful human being is the best way to describe it.
Thank you very much, sir.
And as I say, you know, and in case I don't get a chance to say it at the end, because I know how sometimes these things finish, and I should have said this, I should have said that. I wish you all the best. As I say, you know, you'll do really, really well. So well done. I'm pleased for you.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited. I mean, I've had a great start. I remember, I'd not long started at the shop, and it was kind of, so I started just late 2019, and of course I was employed to do tours and tastings, and obviously Mike was going to give me a chance to kind of observe him doing a few and do a wee bit of kind of training and stuff like that. Because I'd come from the health service. I mean, I was a whiskey drinker, but I'd never done that level of presentation. So it was all brand new to me. The stuff on the shelf I knew most of, but then there was these indie bottlers. I was like, what the hell's that? So huge learning curve. And then there was gin, and then there was rum, and it was like, wow, all this stuff to learn about. But I quickly, obviously, lockdown came along, so the tours and tastings didn't really happen as such. However, I had done one in at the deep end because they were double booked. I was on holiday for the week, and I spent a whole week prepping for this tasting, shitting it, literally shitting it. I've never been so nervous in my life. I used to get really nervous doing presentations in the NHS, but I always learned it was all about preparation. You know, you do your preparation. Doesn't matter how fast your heart's beating when you go to the presentation. Just talk to your presentation, and then. But I thought this is different. I can't talk to a presentation because people are going to want to drink. So anyway, fumbled my way through it. The guys all got drunk. They seemed to have a good time. They weren't listening to a word I was saying anyway. and I quickly learned from a few sort of long standers like Stuart Buchanan, just get the first drink into the guys, and you know, after that you're fine. The worst thing to do is stand and speak for like an hour. But people are looking at that dram thinking,
I know. Can I get a drink, please? Can we get a drink? I've got to say, I'm quite guilty of that sometimes. Sometimes I go off on tangents and rambles and whatever. And sometimes the person that's with me, hey, I think we'll try a whiskey now, Iain. Why? We'll try a whiskey. I know, but it's, you know, as we're saying, you know, the whiskey fraternity is incredibly forgiving. So you know they're wonderful, and there's really. You know, there's no right or wrong answers. You know, so
most people have a good time, and I think that's the main thing. But I remember we quickly got on, as you remember, because I met you. The very first time I met you was with the East City Whisky Club, during Glen Scotia. Glen Scotia was new to me, and that was the night I fell in love with Glen Scotia. I knew our next guest. Well, I didn't know him, but I knew his whiskey before because it was one I'd kind of managed to discover on my own out in the wild, and I'd fallen in love with it as well. I started watching these YouTube interviews, and Glen Allachie were doing a few, and there was one with Billy, and I just happened to type in my comment saying, "Oh, I've just started working at the Inverurie Whisky Shop," and Billy said, "That's a great place for you to start. You'll do well there," and that's very much the way it's been. I mean, I've had a fantastic opportunity to learn a lot and freedom to go and do and you know do things in my way as well, or find my own feet and my own kind of style. So,
well, that's it, Russell. Yeah, I mean, it's even the Blether. You know, and I mean, the Blether's a fantastic concept, isn't it? You know, it's because obviously, as you say, you know, we do the tastings online, and during the awful pandemic, you know, we're doing a lot of them. But you know, the Blether is that different idea, you know, and it's really it's good because it's still drinking whiskey, but you're not really talking about the distillery. You're not talking about processes, you know. And in fairness, you know, a lot of it's covering old ground, so it's nice to actually take a different approach.
Yeah.
You know.
So absolutely, I couldn't have had a better ground. I'm hoping I wasn't on the phone too much. Dave Fackerson just saying he remembers coming into the shop and I was more interested in my phone than the customer. Hopefully that didn't happen too often.
Oops.
Some customers were more exciting than others, Dave. Of course, that was.
Yes. Oh well, that's it. That's where you leave that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah. I mean, Callum Brenton, who you know well, Callum's on tonight. He's congratulating you on the award as well. He's delighted for you all and the team. So yeah,
Callum, that's for you.
Yeah. It's a beauty. As we were saying earlier on before we come on live, you'll need to get a special wall in the distillery with all the.
That's it. Yes.
All the awards up on it.
It's like the. I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan, but you know.
Yes.
This really makes me watch them, but I can always mind the fella up the big step ladders and he's hammering the nails into the wall, and that'll be me with the thing. Into the wall.
A longer ladder.
That's it. And they'll do 4th place. That's fine. Get it up there. That's fine. That's it. It was a really good event. You know, I've got to say the location was wonderful. You know, it was really.
You were in London for this one, yeah?
What, London? Straight down to London for the day, pretty much, Russell. So yeah, I mean, it was great. You know, a lot of people I've not seen for a long time. You know, Callum Fraser. You know, so
yeah.
He was there. So yeah, it's really good. You know, nice catching up with folks.
Yeah.
Because they tend not to come to Campbelltown that often.
Indeed. But you know, it's funny because you mentioned Callum Fraser, another great guest that we do, and Callum's a lovely guy as well. He's got dodgy taste in football team, but we'll not talk about that because we don't talk about sport and politics on these chats. But, Big Callum's a lovely guy, and he's always said, if you're passing distillery, come in past, you know, put on the kettle, have a coffee, and what have you. And the amount of times I've gone past, I've kind of thought, I've got enough time. Don't think I've got enough time. And you drive past the end of the road, and I was thinking, you know, gone are the days, but maybe we should bring them back where you just drop in on people, because we just don't do that anymore. And I mean, you'll remember in your dad's day and, you know, your grandparents' day, people just stopped in past. And there was the odd occasion it was a bit of a pain in the backside because we're busy doing something. Not so and so, but most of the time you're delighted to see people and just to catch up.
You're right, Russell. People's too busy nowadays. I mean, I can remember them. You know, a lot of them's passed actually, but there used to be a lot of guys from Cochrane's actually. There's a famous engineer in Cochrane's that used to come in here a lot, and even Hector Thompson, the local engineer, he always used to go on about the guys in the distillery, and it was the same in here. You know, they would come in and they would spend time with the manager or whoever it was at that time, and more often than not, it would involve a dram or two. You know, so yeah, you know that's the way it was. But it's more the social aspect, you know, which is, you know, is kind of missing. But it's life nowadays. I mean, it's the same. You would be the same as me, you know, when you're growing up, New Year, you know, New Year was always.
Oh God, yeah.
But you just died. It's gone. You know, it's just don't do it anymore, which is, you know, it
was a 2 week affair. I remember a funny story about a guy. So as you know, I was born and brought up in the Highlands, and there was a lad who'd moved down to Aberdeen from. He must have been about maybe 7 or 8 years older than me. But everybody kind of knew everybody. It didn't matter what age you were. You were all kind of friendly at some kind of level. I think he probably dated. I don't know if any of my sisters are watching tonight. I think he might have dated some of my sisters at some point.
Careful.
But exactly. But anyway, he came down to Aberdeen to work in the oil industry. And of course, by this stage, we were living in the edge of Aberdeen, a place called Stonywood, so out towards the kind of the edge of the town. And he'd cycled out to the club where my dad was a member of, the social club my dad was a member of, to come out and to see us and to spend a bit of time with dad and stuff. It was, you know, older than him, but it was the right thing to do. It was the Highland thing to do. And of course, went to the club. My dad took him down, and he got absolutely smashed. Somehow managed to find his way back into Aberdeen. Realised his bike was still tied to the post at the club, and thought, I'll need to come back out for my bike at some point. But he was, you know, worked away for a couple of weeks, made arrangements to come back out to pick up his bike. Of course, my dad met him down the club, got absolutely hammered again. The bike had to be it must have been 3 or 4 attempts, I think, to get this bloody bike back home.
Get the padlock off it, or get the bike moved, or I know that. But that's just the way, you know. It's when you think back, you know, it's just. It's unbelievable. I always said this, you know, when I was younger, there used to be and it's passed on now. It was actually kind of related to us, but so when I was in the school, at the weekends more so, I used to sweep chimneys, you know, so sweeping chimneys. You do that in Carradale, so of course, you know, I helped him and whatever, sweep chimneys, but more often I know when he made enough money, he made for the pub. So spend all the money in the pub. So that's really happened. You know, Saturday and Sunday, I get my, whatever it was, £40 or whatever. I was quite happy. You know, I was just, I don't mind, but it would be 13, 14 or something. I was quite young at the time. But anyway, I got my money, great order, you know, save. Anyway, got my money. it was a Sunday night, and I can always remember my mum got the phone. She says, "Iain, it's and I'll not mention his name in case there's any. It's Mr. X on the phone." I says, "All right. I says, hello." He says, you coming to work today? Coming to work? So I says, to my mum, you know what? I says, we're coming to work. I says, we better go down and see what's going on. So I went away down, and I went into the house, and he was duly frying up the bacon, and a lovely smell. And this was about 7, 8 o'clock on a Sunday night. So he's cooking up the bacon and whatever, and he says, "You've unloaded up, you ready for work today?" I think it was I was off the next day, you know, Monday, or that it must have been a bank holiday or something like that. "You've unloaded up for work." I says, "It's a Sunday night, you know. We're out working on Saturday and Sunday and whatever, and obviously made that much money. Obviously took to the drink, went to sleep, woke up, thought it was Monday morning, and he was ready to go again. Totally lost, not a clue where he was, what the time was, and I always remember that. I always remember it because there was this kind of, it was obviously the sausages in the pan, and there was this think moment where he went, "Oh, sugar, right enough." You know, so, but that's the way, you know, that's the kind of, and as I say, a lot of them were characters, you know, they really were. I can remember a lot of them, you know, and it was harmless, but they were soaring themselves, you know. It's just that's the way.
But there's absolutely no reason why we can't. I mean, you know, obviously you can't be popping into somebody at a distillery on the way past, and you're driving the way home and get food at Drams, but you could certainly be going in for a cup of coffee. And I remember there was a GP practice when I was a CPN, when I was doing my nursing. There was a GP practice in Torfins that I used to. They were really accommodating, and I used to use the toilet. It was one of my toilet stops, so I kind of felt I couldn't just go in and use the toilet. So I mean, they were lovely anyway. The receptionist was lovely, the typist was lovely. The GP was a bit stiff, but he was a nice enough guy. So I would nip to the shop. If it was a nice day in the summer, I'd buy a handful of chalk ices and I'd go in and just. They were saying the GP would come through and the receptionist would go, "Russell's bought chalk ices." "Oh, great. You need to see me?" I'd say, "No, I just thought I'd get chalk ice." "Oh, right, okay." And you could see how they were kind of taken aback that people would just come in and say hello and share a chalk ice on a nice hot sunny day. But that's, you know, the thing is, what you then find is, if you're then in a bit of a fix and you need a bit of a hand, and you say to the GP, "Actually, you know, I'm needing a wee bit of a favour here," they're more likely to say, "Oh, yeah, what's that I can do?" And you get out what you put in.
Absolutely, Russell. You know, and I think, you know, that community spirit, you know, it's slowly getting diluted. Not everywhere, you know, there is places it's obviously, but you know, I noticed that where I came from, you know, and it's probably not this. It's maybe wrong to say that, but it's certainly changed. You know, it certainly has changed. I don't know what it is when you get older too. You get slightly more cynical and skeptical. I don't know.
Maybe I don't know. Anyway, talking about older, we're going to bring some youth to the room.
Yes.
And we're just about the Jamie Love has just said, "Good evening, folks." He's just poured a Glen Scotia 8-year-old single cask first bourbon, absolutely delicious. I think I've actually got. No, it's the 5-year-old I've got. I was going to say we've not even had a dram yet, Iain. I've got a couple here, but the next guest will be able to maybe talk with them about it. So, welcome to our second Iain of the evening.
Hello. Sorry for the delay. How are we doing, guys?
You've been travelling in from out of town as well, so
I have indeed. Yeah, literally, I got in, scoffed 2 slices of pizza, and here I am. You don't want to see what's underneath the suit jacket, but you know, it's
yeah, I'm going to put on today. Don't worry.
Yeah, you know that Gandalf, the wizard, is never late, so I'll try my best not to. But I hope you guys are keeping well.
Yes, thank you, Iain. Yeah, and thank you very much for the whiskies. I've got them all neatly lined up here in front of me.
Mine are all lined up and poured. Yeah, so we haven't even had a drum yet. We've been waiting for you. I mean, you know, most people would have had three or four
sorry,
rounds.
I was going to message, but I thought I would just slow me up further. So I was literally running about like a headless chicken. But
it should be me. It's get the excuse because I've got to get to Campbelltown. You know, that's like a 3-day trek through the mountains.
Yeah, it requires orienteering to get home to get to Campbelltown. That's
Talking about Gandalf, Iain Mr. McAlister had to get to Mordor.
All right.
And back.
I'm back. Well, that's the important part. How are things over in Campbelltown?
Very good, Ian. Yeah, very good. Well, I think I'll find out on Monday, but no, it's been good. But the last wee while it's been quite busy, but generally it's getting busier all the time. So yeah, it's good. It's good. It's manageable. So yeah, we're keeping the ship steady, as you should say. So yeah, it's been good. It's been good. So,
good. Oh, glad to hear it.
It's getting the open top bus is getting ready for the tour around the town with all the awards. All the awards done with it.
It's a silly question, but is there a tour guide that does like a guide to the historic distilleries of Campbelltown? Because I mean, yeah, you pretty much as steeped in whiskey history as it gets.
Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. You know that my defaults, and I think I probably mentioned this guy before, Russell. You know, Angus Martin. Yeah. Angus Martin is wonderful, Ian. As I say, he's wrote a raft of books on different subjects: country life, the fishing. Everything really, and he ventured into the whiskey industry too. First thing he actually done for me was because Glen Scotia, the history was lost. There was no records. There was nothing. Never knew anything about it. It was all, what Jim or visitors were telling us about the distillery. So Angus went through, and he's what a researcher he is. So he went through all the local newspapers. And he put together a small history pamphlet in the history of Glen Scotia, which is a wonderful wee read because it gives you a potted history of Glen Scotia from these newspaper cuttings. And from that, he found out he'd enough information to write the Whisky Encyclopedia. Yeah. So, and that's a wonderful read. I say it's maybe quite hardcore for if you just want a general overview of Campbelltown, but it's really, it's the guys.
It'd be one of these books you need to read in context. I've got it, and I've also got David Stirk's a book as well. And I started reading it, but I can't put it into picture because I've never been down. So it's kind of two of these books I'm going to take with me when I do come down and actually go right. Okay, that's where that was, and that's where this is, and then get a feel for it properly. Because there's so much history. It's hard for somebody like me. Well, my point of view is it's hard to understand it if you've never been.
Yes,
because it's a unique place all on its own.
I think so, and I think it's maybe something if you've got a little bit of background knowledge and right, okay, there was a distillery there and that wall's still there, so it it'll make more sense in that aspect because you can tie everything in, and of course everything's within the boundaries of the town, and it's not a huge. You can walk about, Ian. So it's, it's well. Have you ever been, Russell? You've never been to
I've never been. I've never ever been. It's a part of the world. There's until kind of about 5 years ago, there was two parts of Scotland I'd never really explored properly. One was Fife, and the other one was the sort of Ayrshire, and then down to Campbelltown and Stranraer. So that kind of wee southwest corner are the two areas I've not been. And I've not been to Islay. I've been to a few islands, but I've not been to Outer Hebrides.
You've been down, Ian?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times. I was actually going to say, Russell, if you need a companion, I can have the time. I'd happily go back to Campbelltown again and have So I've been to Glen Scotia as well. It's cracking.
We've already done one distillery together, Ian, so we can easily do some more, I'm sure.
Oh, we need to take a few more off. Absolutely. Yeah. It's a really cool part. Again, I'm a full-on kind of whiskey nerd when it comes to this stuff too. So I think that even there's a couple that I kind of could identify or was told what the distilleries were once upon a time. But I think I'd love to kind of do that. Again, I suppose we're preaching to a very unique audience here, but I'd love to know about all the different distilleries or where they were of Campbelltown, as well as obviously the existing ones and the cracking stuff you guys are coming out with. But
it's well, that's it, and it's wonderful, it really is, and it makes a lot of sense when you really get into the history of Campbelltown, and you piece it all together because, as you say, it joins up with the rest of the Scottish whisky industry. Hello there.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, a bit late.
Shocking.
You haven't met Ian McAlister before, Kat, have you?
No, I've only met one of the Ians out of the
Ians.
Out of the double Ians, I've only met the one.
A and B.
Because you've both got the same spellings as well, so I can't even differentiate you from the two different types of Iain. You're both I-A-I-N.
Both the correct spelling, Kat. That's the thing. Both the correct spelling.
True. As somebody who has a name that's spelled wrong all the time, I can sympathise with that. Not Kat, obviously. Nobody gets Kat. Catherine.
Something spelled T-A-R-T, of course. That's the kind of. So Kat works with us a couple of days a week, Iain, and also going to be getting more involved in the Blethers and doing the tastings and tours and stuff as well. But she also works at Glengarry and has been there for 5 years now, maybe.
Yes, 5 years.
Yeah.
Long service medal coming up.
Wow, that's a place I fancy actually going for a visit, Glengarry, actually.
Yeah.
You should come. I'm sure Iain could recommend it.
It's brilliant. Yeah, so that's the distillery tour that Russell was talking about. We did a tasting at Inverurie, and we managed to squeeze in a Cat started us out with the tour at Glengarry in the morning. It was really cool to see.
Yeah.
I think it was called training that you came up and did, Iain. But there was about
so it was. No, that was the training.
There was about 40 bottles of Glencadam on that.
Yeah. You and Mike know Glencadam better than any other human being on this planet, apart from the people that work for us. But yeah, even half of our staff haven't tried that many Glencadams.
I'll send you a photograph of that night just to let you see the light. So there's Iain that's standing with this kind of row. He just kept on taking it another bottle. Another was
I thought we'd, I just thought I'd give you a deep dive. Since because we never actually met, we'd met virtually so many times. And I was actually up to see you. So I thought, I know you really like Glencadam. So I literally brought everything that I had. So lots of different single casks, lots of from its first kind of releases under Angus Dundee to the end. It was good fun. It was memorable. Memorable is the wrong choice of word. It was a good night. I've just realised as well. I have to apologise.
First whiskey shop training night I'd ever been asked to, and I kind of walked in and thought, "Wow, they take training really seriously."
Russell still has all his tasting notes. That's
They're not going to jump on that, aren't they?
Yeah, but so that night I also introduced Russell to Fernando de Castilla Antique PX Sherry. And to my annoyance, I think that was the thing he talked about the most. Because it is that's sherry. I've just realised that I have the pictures that are on my floor are within full view. I'm not a weirdo that hangs photos on my floor. Our house is renovated. I'm actually getting a whiskey bar built, which is kind of cool. But
yes,
I'm literally Siobhan, my wife, cleared a space because she knew I was coming in tonight to do the tasting. But I realised that there's a giraffe behind me.
Wouldn't want to see anything, but that's a giraffe.
Yeah, no, it's not even Glenmorangie related, but yeah, it's
talking about giraffes. We haven't even got into teeth the conversation yet.
Yeah, exactly. I've put them here as props so we can spur it on as the evening goes. No, but I'm not normally a weirdo that keeps paintings on my floor, so apologies for.
I don't want to alarm you, but he's giving you a bit of the side eye, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair.
Before we go any further, I've just realised we've actually set the record for the longest time that we've ever gone without asking either of or any of us what's in your glass. We've almost made half an hour.
There we go. To be fair, I'm so fresh in the door. I've just got water in front of me, but I've got some water around here too.
Well, I'm going straight away. First of all, with I'm assuming the order of the day with the ones that you've popped in would be bourbon first. So, a nice 1988 first of all bourbon.
I mean, I suppose so. The first thing is it's not a tasting. This is a send off for yourself, Russell. And I know.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much.
So these are our latest batch of single casks. So you've got pretty much all the ones I could get my hands on. So some interesting bits and pieces. But yeah, the bourbons are good. I mean, it's kind of classic if you want to go down that route. Kat, did you get any whiskies as well, or did Mike steal them?
Mike, we'll make sure you get something.
Make sure you get something.
I've got the one you gave me at the distillery. I've got that one.
That's cool. I like that I gifted that to Glengarry and you took it home. That's good.
No. Let me clarify. That's all that's left because I shared it out. It's not my fault.
Yeah,
it's a small team.
Thank you in the comments. Please let us know if that's true. No, that's okay. No, I say it's the least I could do. I appreciated you guys kind of squeezing me in for a kind of trade related tour. It was definitely not. I felt bad gate crashing that guy filling his own cask or filling his own bottle.
No,
I was
I
just
think you need to say it's fine.
yeah.
Those guys were delights. They very nearly got a Tom and Tell tour on the back of it.
This is true. Yeah, I know. I almost managed to squeeze
They just
it
couldn't go because it wasn't on their itinerary. But
yeah. No, it was good fun. But yeah,
they really bagged a personal Tom and Tell tour out of it.
This is true. I know. Ian's going to think next time I'm in Glen Scotia, I'll be advertising my own distillery. So I'm not that guy, I promise. I'm like, this is a good tour, but if you get an even better one up the road.
I want to see these 40 bottles of whiskey when they come to Campbelltown.
Yeah. I'm sure we could bring a boot full. But yeah, we were just saying, Kat. So Russell was saying he's not been up to been down to Campbelltown or across to Campbelltown, and I was saying that if he needs a volunteer to help, I'm sure I could. I mean, I'll quite happily go back. Big fan of all the distillers that come from Campbelltown, to be fair. So yeah, Glen Scotia are doing some crackers, and yeah, keep up the good work, Ian.
There's more than one distillery in Campbelltown. I thought there was only one.
Well,
it's just one, isn't it? It's just Glen Scotia. That's the only one, isn't it?
There's one that you can buy.
Anyway,
this is a common theme when we're talking to Mr. McAlister. I was like, what? Another distillery, really? Never heard of them. Springburn, or what's it called?
Pretty sure there's only one distillery anyway, Glengarry. I mean, like, I think you guys are just making up other distilleries, to be honest.
Right, Kat, absolutely. I'm not actually at the distillery. It's just one of those, backgrounds you get. Sitting in the house here, it looks quite good.
I was going to say, I was like, that's a lot of duty-free samples to have in your house.
I know. Good point, actually. I'm at the distillery. No.
It's a spice cabinet. There's no whiskey in there at all. It's all marjoram. Yeah.
That's just coloured tea. That's all it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Water and tea.
So we were trying to decide Ian A, Ian B, whatever, and Callum Wren to come in with let's just go with Ian with the beard and Ian. Wait a minute, no, that doesn't work either.
It's just good taste. I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So are you from Campbelltown then, Ian? Are you from neck of the woods, or where's home, or where's origination, I guess? But
yeah, well, yeah, I was I'm technically from. I was born in Campbelltown. I was brought up in Carradale, which is 13 miles slightly further north. Ian. So yeah,
cool.
It's pretty much this neck of the woods. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah. It's a beautiful part of the world. It's a shame it's such a long drive. It's a shame, man. It's a nice thing as well, but it's it's just a long way to get there. But at least it's worth it when you get a few drams. But
well, it is. And I was coming home the night in the plane, and that's what I thought. The plane is just 30 minutes and you're home, and it's rather as 3.5 hours. Obviously, it's lovely. It is a lovely drive, beautiful scenery. But I guess when you're on a mission and you want to get to point B, then it's maybe loses that appeal a wee bit. But yeah, I mean it's
a wee plane though. Does it feel okay, or is it one of these 5 drams before you get on it kind of jobs? Or
it is. It's got how many seats in it? Maybe 13, 14, 15 seats or something like that, Russell. So it's quite a small. And you watch it. You can see the pilots. You see the middle of the kind of cockpit, so you can see them panicking up front. I'm not meant to see this, but
when they turn around with the controllers in their hand, they're going,
smell the booze off the pilot.
Again.
To be fair, of all the hundreds of flights I've taken as a global brand ambassador, one of my worst flights I've ever had was the Isla, and it was in a wee prop jet. And literally, there was a lady beside me who was clinging onto the seats and then doing Hail Marys and having a right bad time. But it was the pilot's announcement, I'm pretty sure, was like, we've got some pretty bad turbulence, so we're going to attempt it once more. And if we don't get it, then we'll have to go back. And someone back was like, why are you attempting it again? Just go back.
Don't even go there. I know.
We touched down. I mean, it definitely put you in the mood for a dram. But yeah, it was a bit of a one and done. But worth it when you got there. But yeah, the lady next to me was in proper hysterics. And I was trying to calm her down by saying, I can't fly a plane, so we're just kind of what happens. There's no point in stressing out about it. But that was the wrong thing to say. It's fine. We'll be okay. And if we're not okay, then there's nothing we can do about it anyway.
It's pretty west coast though. I used to live on a really small island off the southwest coast, and like everything's just pretty much it's fine. It'll be fine. And like if it doesn't happen today, probably happen tomorrow.
We'll get there eventually.
Exactly. Right, okay. I think I told the story last week, maybe with Connell, about being up in the far northwest of Scotland, a place called Scourie, one New Year, and the wind got really, really bad. I had friends who, family lived up that way, and the wind was so bad at night that the roof tiles sounded like a xylophone. They were just kind of constantly rattling back and forth. And I remember looking out the window at the car because people I was there with were saying we should go home, and I looked out at the car and it was actually bouncing up and down on the springs. I thought, I'm not going fucking anywhere. The only place I'm going, if this end of the house falls down, I'm going to go to the other end of the house. That's all I'm doing. And I got up the next day, and of course there was a garage. I saw a garage door go flying just down the valley, like it just disappeared. There was stuff flying everywhere, and I spoke to the lady who lived up that way. I said, "Oh, that was some storm last night." She goes, "It was a wee bit windy, like, aye." A wee bit windy. So yeah, you're right. They're just like, it was a wee bit windy, like.
I know. Well, I told the story last week of it's not windy until your dog blows over taking a pee against a fence post. And he actually did. He's a little terrier, and we used to live on the Isle of Ling off the south coast of Easdale and Isle of Seal. And little dog lifted his leg up and just blew straight over. So that's windy.
That's amazing. So you were actually on the West Coast, Kat. Wow, amazing.
Yeah, I lived for a good few years out on Isle of Ling, working for the estate out there. So I don't know if do you know Ling? A lot of people on the West Coast haven't heard of it.
No, I know. I've heard of it. I know what it is, but no, I've never been there. I don't really know much about it. But yeah, it's
beautiful. It's kind of like nestled in. Like there's loads of little wee islands round about, sort of Isla and Jura, and it's kind of stuck in about all those wee islands. So you can see the back end of Jura. We're kind of next to Coivrechen, the whirlpool. So it's beautiful, really, really beautiful. And then like summertime, we just jump in the boat and just head over to Isla, head over to Colonsay, head over to wherever. It's beautiful, Harvard. Miss it.
That's amazing, isn't it? Just dodge about, and that's.
I know. Like you take it for granted as well. Like my kids, like the seafood and stuff you get out there is fantastic. Like langoustine straight out the pot straight onto the plate. Then we moved back up to the northeast and like went out for dinner. They ordered prawns, and they got these like tiny little wee pink things. They're like, "What is that?" I'm like, "Welcome to the northeast, boys."
We throw them away in the West Coast. We just throw them back.
I know. Like we'll do Scott lobsters, but we're not doing these wee things.
It's prawns over here anyway. And all the good langoustines go to Spain.
Yeah, that's true. Well, a lot of the ones from Ling went straight onto the boat and straight out to Spain anyway. But beautiful.
Probably reckon's a nice part of the world as well. You should name a whiskey after that. Something. It's cool. It's got
I know, right?
I
feel like it's a missed opportunity.
I should do that.
I think I know a whiskey after it's our big.
Yeah, I was making a bad joke. Sorry, I was making that. Like on the marketing department, guys, have you thought of doing a Glen Scotia Cloud record? Sounds good.
You should name another one after the water source or something. That'd be a good idea as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So we're in with the Campbellton territorial kind of things here. So Mr. Renton, Callum Renton sometimes gets a yellow card. He's come very close to getting red cards in the past, but technically Iain was brought up in Highland rather than Campbellton. He's disputing your
my where I came from. Well, I suppose it was 13 miles further north, so it's right, isn't it?
And never the twain shall meet, apparently, according to Mr. Renton, by the sound of it.
Yeah. There was always that. I can always, when we came to the, you went to the secondary school, so Carradale was quite a small school. It was, there wasn't that many in the I mean, it would be in the primary 7. Oh, it's big for nowadays standards, I think, because I think there's
Indeed, absolutely.
2 there now. But
Yeah.
when we went, we were one of the biggest years. So there was something like 13 of us came to Campbelltown, and we went to secondary school. Because even to this day, I still remember that, and it was like, wow, look at this.
Yeah.
Just people, you just never had that, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. But he's right.
I know exactly what you mean. I think certainly guys in the here will have heard before, but the primary school I went to, the first one I went to, had 4 pupils, and it was closed, and we all got moved to the school up the Glen, so further up the Glen, where there was 8 of us. So in the whole school, 8.
Wow.
And we moved down here to Stonywood. I went to a school at a place called Bankhead Academy, and Bankhead Academy had 1,500 pupils at the time.
My mother went to Bankhead Academy, Russell.
Bankhead Academy, yeah. Well,
I always thought you guys
later. But yeah, so I went from 8, a primary school of 8 to 1,500.
Wow.
So I wasn't doing wow. I was going, fucking hell, I'm terrified.
Yeah,
but it was terrifying. It was, I totally agree with you. It was quite daunting, to be honest with you. But that's the way it was then. A lot of these old schools. There was a school in every valley or every glen, should say, not valley. And it's you just don't get that now. It's obviously a thing of the past.
On that point, I went back up to the school. So gosh, I'm trying to think how long ago it was now. It must have been about 96, 97, somewhere around about then. There was an article in the Press and Journal. The teacher in the school, the Royal Primary School, had realised that they'd missed the centenary by like 20 or 30 years. I thought, Christ, we should have actually done something about that. It was about 120 odd years. So they put a notice out in the paper just saying, any ex-pupils, please come up. We're going to do a tree planting ceremony to celebrate the centenary we've missed, but, to kind of commemorate it. So I headed off up to go and plant a tree. And I went into the school, and of course I went into the room, and the room was just like it was the size of a reasonable sized bedroom. And I was like, Christ, this room's tiny. I remember it looking huge. And there was a much older woman standing beside me when I was talking to one of the girls I was in school with. And she goes, oh yeah, how many of you were here when you were here? I said, oh, there was 8 of us when I was here. Oh, well, when I was here, there was 60, and we sat in rows. I'm thinking, how the hell could you get 60 people in here? But there was 60 in the school in her day. And she said, and there were also another 2 schools in the Glen that also had round about 60 pupils in each. So there was round about 180 school children in the Glen when she was a child. And by the time I left, there was 8.
Amazing, isn't it? It's amazing how it changed. Aye. Yeah. It's just the way it was, and as I say, even the where we are nowadays is where I came from originally, Carradale. You see, it's just dwindling all the time. Which is sad to see. It is sad to see.
Yeah. It's the same with the school on Ling. When we left, they shut down. Actually, I populated like a third of the school, and they've shut down since then. True fact.
You populated a third of the school.
Pretty much, but a lot of the houses are bought as second homes, like holiday houses. So it just means that the houses are bought up and there's no kids there. And then the shop closes, and then they start to question how viable the ferry is, and it's just like a big continuous kind of loop. But they're trying to open a school, but we'll see. We'll see if it happens or not. Too expensive.
Yeah. Anyway, cheers, guys.
Yes, absolutely. I'm enjoying this. It's going down really well.
Cheers. I know. I say sorry to see you go, Russell. I'm sure, but we'll see you on the other side too. But it's
absolutely.
We can do is pour you a few drams. So cheers.
No, thank you very much. I was talking to Iain just at the start, just before we kind of came on, and I was saying that we've been really, really fortunate through the shop, meeting so many great people, and the Blether in particular as well. I mean, I met both of you kind of outside the shop before I then met you working with the shop, and it's just been just an absolute pleasure just having so many kind of great people to get in touch with. Everybody's been absolutely fantastic. But definitely you guys have been well and truly up there in terms of people that I've really enjoyed spending time talking with, and I thought I couldn't think of 2 better people to get along on my final night. So I'm so pleased that you managed to do it. I thought neither of you were going to manage to begin with, and then Iain, you started saying, "Can you do Friday?" I thought, "Oh wait a minute, why didn't I think of that?" So just
the feeling is very much reciprocated, and we also me and Iain won't think of the fact that you were just trying to think of two people in the industry with the same name to make it a good
make it easy because it was
everyone else has got different names. That's not catchy at all. We'll just get the two guys happy in it. No,
I don't believe in doing anything easy. You've got to do the right thing.
It was just going to be thing 1 and thing 2, but we're just going to be the name 2.
We could have got t-shirts and everything. I was going to say I could have been.
That might happen yet. Who's claiming 1 and who's claiming 2?
I mean, I'll put that into Iain for that. I'll happily take Iain too to yourself, so that's fine. Don't worry.
We need to toss the coin. That's it, Iain. So, yeah, absolutely. Do it right.
Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah.
That's it.
Talking about it, did you see those? There was two St Johnstone players, football players, that were standing over the ball to take a free kick. One of these games that was on TV. And while they were kind of standing over the ball, they were discussing who was going to take it. So the next thing you saw them doing.
I'm not taking. No, I'm used to this. I missed last time. No, I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it. Especially when you've been filmed.
Yeah, on live camera.
Indeed. Yeah, absolutely.
Give it after 3 or 4 drams, we can do rock paper scissors who gets Iain 1 and Iain 2 if you want.
I think that's going to definitely happen.
How's your stolen dram going down there, Kat? Is it going all right?
I honestly shared it out. I did. There's very good feedback from it, but like they work shift patterns, so there's only 2 guys on to the day. Like it's technically their fault, not mine. But it's going down very well. Thank you. It's a lovely job.
The two drams that you guys had at the single cast pours were really good. Glengarry, I love that kind of bramble note that you get in a lot of your whiskies. It's cool. It's got it reminds me of like my grand's kind of steamed duff. That kind of cooked bramble jam with a bit of sponge is pretty good. But
the sherry one that you tried, it's finished now, but we're taking in an older one as well. So
oh, nice, cool.
There's always something on the go.
Yeah,
it's just an interesting distillery, isn't it? It's just as I say, it's probably number 1 in my bucket list, I guess. Is
head up. I know a person that can get you in. Now we've opened up the floor maltings, and we've gone back to directly fired stills, wash stills. Yeah. So it's a good time to come visit.
That's why
you can only do a tour with Kat, because. Yeah,
pretty much because we're short staffed, to be honest. But
we used to have direct fired stills at Glencadam as well, but then the stills went down twice. But there was two massive fires because of it. But apart from that,
I mean, we've not gone back to coal, so we're kind of avoiding that.
It'd be amazing to see. I mean, so the line arms on your stills are absolutely nuts. I've never seen anything
proper
Yeah, they were really impressive to look at. Really, really cool. So Cody, who's our European brand ambassador, I don't know if he's watching this, but Cody and I love kind of geeking out on whiskey, and he's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and all the things I was when I joined the industry 12 years ago. And I kind of so I always play kind of guess the whiskey or whatever it may be. It's a sent him a picture of being like, "Oh, where do you think I am?" He's like, "What the heck is that?" I was like, "Haha!" But trying to get him to guess the stills because they're really distinctive. They're very cool. Yeah, impressive. And it's named after it's the king, isn't it? That opened them, or is it? I suppose it was.
Yeah, he was the lesser being at the time. Yeah.
Formerly known as Prince. I like it.
Yes, formerly known as Prince. He came. So his Lord Lieutenant of Aberdeenshire is directly descended from the founding family of Glengarry. So he came to reopen us after the refurbishment. So got to practice my curtsy, completely fobbed it up, but yeah. He's a nice guy. I like to dram.
Yeah, he does like a dram. Yeah, you can tell by the red chicks. That's kind of. It's the wee ticket that's underneath that wee sign. It's underneath the still.
Yeah.
There's this is something I just happened to be there, of course, about 3 or 4 years ago, and you know the grill kind of floor you have in a still house, but you can see underneath. And there was one day I thought, what's that? And I kind of looked, and there's a sign on one of the pipes that says, now remind me, Kat.
Didn't be daft, keep off, or something like that. Didn't be gaipit, keep off.
Keep off. Like yeah. So basically, don't be stupid. Stay off this.
Don't stand.
I know we hadn't even seen that until you spotted it. But when you were last over with the Highland Academy, you pointed it out to everybody again. Yeah. And of course, Mike was looking for it, and here's me being in my tour guide, kind of like, you know, and he's going forwards and forwards looking for it. And he's like literally just kind of like underneath my legs, and he's like, "What's going on there?" And he kind of realized his mistake. He's like, "Yeah, no, sorry, looking at the pipes."
I like this story.
Tony's on, so I'm sure she already knows the truth of that story. Hi, Tony.
I didn't know she said that. Oh, Glengarry had a good few fires. So
she did, yeah.
Yeah, we probably have. I think Ardmore was the last one to have a fire, wasn't it?
I just love to think about, you know, back in the day when people were up in the moors and the hills with their tiny little still, and the amount of explosions in the stream every now and again, just a kind of
that reef burns in the distance. I was going to say, I know it's there.
Anywhere you go, you see it. You know, I mean, it's everywhere. You know, they're always going about, even in Kintyre, there's so many stills in the glens, but the whole of Scotland was the same. You know, you know, amazing. Absolutely amazing. And as you say, sorry,
no, it's really cool to see. Someone tagged me, I think, a couple of years back in Wayfair. We're doing like a deal on home stills, and it was in a cooking pot, so it's like a Dutch oven still. And I think it was a lot of people asking, "Oh, are these worth buying?" I'm like, I mean, not if you're going to put them on an open hob. No, it's not a great idea. I was like, aside from all the tax implications, like, yeah, it's not really worth blowing your kitchen up for to try and make your own homebrew. Yeah, they're selling for like £100, and I remember it was on one of these whiskey groups on Facebook, and everyone was getting really excited about it. And I'm like, I think this is a recipe for disaster. Like, oh, yeah, cooking on an open stovetop. I mean, it's no too much spillover. No,
it's just too handy. That was it.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you got room for a little one?
Hey,
it seems so. Yeah, how you doing?
How we doing?
I thought
I was latchy tonight, Mike.
You were latchy. That's not like you.
We managed to get to half an hour without even having a drink.
I know.
Oh well, that's terrible. Was the chat that good?
Well, clearly.
It's been diverse, I think.
Good stuff. I've just opened this lovely little pack.
Nice. I feel bad because I would have sent Kat one as well. I didn't realize.
Kat doesn't drink though, so it's all right.
What? I mean, like, seriously, where's my camera? Yes, she does.
Yeah,
other people's whiskey.
Yeah,
I only drink other people's whiskey.
I'm going to wave some other bottles just so we're not all kind of.
I know. I'm representing both. Don't worry.
Excellent.
Yeah,
I haven't got any lens, sorry.
Oh, well, we'll need to keep some for you.
Tony. It's typical. It's the only one she watches, and it's the one I'm not on. Tony's at home saying, "You can drink me under the table, Mike." So, Kat, you can drink me under the table.
We've lost
I was just about to congratulate him on his single cask award win as well.
It's because you showed that bottle and he was like, "That's not the most recent one," and then boom.
That doesn't win awards.
Yeah, get that off the screen.
We hadn't even got around to talking about the Telegraph polls yet either. He's away.
To be fair, I brought single casks, and as soon as they got the award, I'm like, you know what? I've brought these 4 single casks for the tasting tonight, and yeah, they're just not gonna. Yeah, people won't even look at them anymore. You know, they're not the best in the world. So, so these drams. So as you can tell by the really badly written hand labels, is that I did this in a rush before I headed down to London. And yeah, I thought since Russell's a kind of known broadcaster of his love of Glencadam, I thought at least just throw you some. So these are brand new single casks just been released. So yeah, 2 of them are cast types we've never done before. So the Madeira and the Bordeaux. It's kind of cool. So we've actually never done Glencadam in either of those yet. Watch this space. but I say it's not a sales pitch by any means. It's just I thought I'd pour you some treats, and now I'm just rubbing it into Kat, which is even worse.
He's back.
Yeah,
Sorry.
right,
Guys, it totally lost in. Well, no, it wasn't because you appeared, Mike. It took off.
It's all right.
It seemed a bit of coincidence there, wasn't it?
You missed my rant. It's all right. I'm over it now. I'm drinking Glencadam now. I was going to drink a Glen Scotia, but no, I poured the Glencadam instead.
I was just saying we hadn't even got around to talking about the Telegraph polls yet either, Ian. So I was disappointed that you were away. So.
Oh, absolutely. That's where the conversation would go anyway. Just naturally.
It's going to have to go there at some point. I've been castigated week after week after week for bringing up this Telegraph poll.
What is the Telegraph poll thing? I don't know.
Well, Ian will be able to. Ian will be able to explain it properly because it was Ian that first mentioned it.
Mike's away.
Now that Mike's gone, that's absolutely fine because just to put the whole thing into context. So, must have been your second Blether, Ian. So we'd had Ian on. We'd done a Glen Scotia tasting here. We'd had him on the Blether, and then we had him on the second Blether. And on the second Blether, Mike's internet at that time, and most of the time actually through the whole Blether, has been pretty crap. It's looking pretty good tonight, but it's been really quite awful for about 2 years. And he kept on just disappearing. And at one point, he just disappeared. And Ian happened to just say, I was speaking to a guy, right? So, and then, of course, we then got on this conversation. Mike came back into it about 10 minutes later going, what the fuck are they talking about? But we were engrossed in this conversation because I was like, wow, yeah, I need. So I'll let you explain how it started off here.
Forget about whiskey. Whiskey's old school. That was it. Now you see the internet here is just that's what it would be better than house, but obviously not. It's bad. Yeah, I mean, I can, so the guy, the engineer, he's I don't think he's been doing it that long. The fella, a lovely young man. So he was a new BT engineer, and as you do, you get speaking to them, to what you're doing and all the rest of it, whatever. And it just kind of went on to the subject of. I can't quite remember how we made that leap from obviously what are you doing to what's the oldest telegraph or the oldest GPO poll you've got in Campbelltown, because obviously there was quite a bit of conversation between. Is it not the kind of thing you just poll you've got in the town then? Looking at that's so we
Tuesday going, what's the oldest telegraph poll you got in the town?
I'm probably saying the wrong date now because it's that old. It was a fascinating. I think it was about 1936 or something like that. There's certain marks on them or descriptors or codes. So they could obviously they know and they'll last probably a long time. But I actually found that really quite fascinating, and it really got me.
As did I, clearly.
Aye, and it kind of this aspect that just a random conversation, and why wouldn't you want to know about telegraph polls?
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of spare time hobby, isn't it? If you weren't in whiskey, then you go look at telegraph polls.
That's right.
I wonder if telegraph poll enthusiasts get as excited about wood as kind of whiskey geeks would about kind of washbacks and that kind of thing.
Well, you have no idea. You have no idea.
It's really it's a telegraph poll, that one.
I'm going to try and feign interest here. What kind of wood is telegraph poles made out of then?
Oh, well, I would reckon. I would reckon it would be a good softwood. There'd be larch or
I would say so.
Douglas fir or something like that.
Would it last since the 1930s if it was made of a soft wood? Would it not be too porous?
Well, no, the creosote. They always used to bitumen and creosote. And I guess that this wasn't part of the main conversation with the guy. This is just my wee bit adding on there because obviously.
I don't think this is anything to do with me joining, but we have lost like 6 viewers in the last 5 minutes.
Those that are still here are enthralled. Let's be honest.
Yeah, and it is funny because we have a local in Inverurie, Sandra. She's a postie now, but she had an infatuation with numbers on lampposts, and she was a regular in my pub, and she's really And I can't. We used to just take the piss out of her on Facebook and send her pictures of numbers on lampposts. I don't remember if I mentioned that the last time we spoke about the telegraph pole, or the time before that.
You've never spoken about
lampposts in Inverurie, no. So
you've never spoken about your cruelty and your number shaming of the poor person.
I don't even know if we should call them telegraph poles. It seems a bit old, doesn't it? A telegraph.
There can't be much going through a telegraph pole now, is there?
Well, everything's underground, isn't it? Well, I'm talking here like an expert. I feel like I'm on here to talk on behalf of BT or something like that.
Well, on behalf of BT, I would have to say I took the train up to where was it? Was it on the way to? It was on the way back. So, long story short, over the last 48 hours, I've basically been up to Inverness, down to Manchester, back to Aberdeen, and home again, but via car, train, bus, van, whatever. But on my way back home from Aberdeen yesterday, I noticed that between Inch and Huntly, there's a section of line where they've clearly taken down all the telegraph poles because it's all gone underground, and they're literally just lying at the side of the track. Some of them on a fairly slopey bit of ground, and I'm starting to think that looks fucking dangerous, to be honest. But it looks like they've been there for a long time, but they've obviously just cut them and dumped them.
But see, the important thing with that is, Russell, you noticed it. So you're obviously, you're
That's
in.
right. I'm very observational. You're right. You're correct. Absolutely.
I didn't know there was so much scope for this conversation to just continue. I'm in it.
I'm fully
committed. Mike just doesn't get it. I mean, Iain's hooked, you're hooked. Mike's like, what's going on here? And there's a level of intellect that's clearly has to be involved.
It could go on for hours and hours and hours, and it could just take twists and turns, and we could go somewhere, and then before you know it, we're back at that 1936 telegraph pole.
But did we get a chance? And I need to know the date because I can't remember. Somebody, guys, if you've got time, if we look on Google. But the oldest telegraph pole apparently is in a museum in Orkney. I don't know how.
Like upright, because that'd be a really tall museum.
Well, they built the museum around it so that they knew they didn't take it down.
This is all information that we need to know. These are very good questions, and I like it. You're taking a proper interest now, Mike. That's good.
Yes.
Never mind the Corey Brecken. I think you should name a whiskey the 1936 telegraph pole, because people like.
I was going to say, that's.
Absolutely. You would go and call it that, and then you think, well, we actually cut it down last summer.
You could cut it down and build a cask out of it.
Devastation.
Yeah, true.
You couldn't build a cask out of it because it's been treated with bloody arsenic.
And then I would just pour you a dram out of it, Russell.
Big colour out of it.
Bloody talk about it.
That's it. The love's gone. The love's gone.
So my sad. Well, that sad's the wrong term word because actually I thought that was quite interesting too.
Thank you.
Well, because I've been driving up the A939 quite a lot up to Tomlin's house, rather than the A9 going up the old A9 road to go station to Glenshee. And just before you get into totally forgot what it's called. What's the main town on the way up there? It is my mind's mush.
On the way to Glenshee, Brimar,
Before you reach Blackberry, before you're going to go the Meatclair Hedge. Have you seen the Meatclair Hedge? My wife, she can hear me talking about this. She'll shake her head. So there's a hedge there, right? There's this. You drive past it. I thought it was just really tall, straight trees, but you drive past this enormous hedge, and it turns out it's the tallest beech hedge in the world. I think it's like 350-year-old hedge, which is now about 45 meters tall, and you drive past this big flat line of tree / hedge.
That's in Perthshire, is it, Iain?
Yeah, Meatclair, I think it is. And there's a folklore tale that it was Jacobites that used to tent the hedge, and they went off to fight in the war, and they never came back, and they kept it growing. But anyway, the fact that these trees are a hedge blows my mind every time. So every time I go past it, like, look at that bloody hedge.
That's a big hedge. That's a really big hedge.
That's a big hedge.
It's a massive hedge. I can't remember I'm probably misquoting the heights of it. There'll be someone who's a Meatclair hedge enthusiast that's shunning my.
Surely the height has changed since the last time you saw it anyway.
Well, there is that, exactly. I'm updating it with my own eyes. But yeah, next time you're driving that way, it's quite an impressive thing. Keith in the chat is saying they used to run buses to see the hedge. Open top bus, you can see the top of it. It's not the only one. So yeah,
98 foot high.
How long?
19 feet.
98 foot, and it was planted in 1745.
Wow.
There you go. You'd have to get some hell of a topiary expert to cut the top of that tree, wouldn't you?
I was going to say that's one big telegraphic trimmer you got there.
Just climb up a telegraph pole. It's one of them. And you can just saw off the top.
Yeah, telescopic trimmers. Exactly. Off the top of the
You can't trim it. It's not been trimmed since 1745.
Well, they've trimmed the side of it
so high
in the road.
Just the side, okay.
The side. It's like I said. It's so literally. I remember looking at it and I googled it one day because I'm like, it's a really bizarre looking line of trees. And then I was like, oh wow, it's like it holds a record for its size. So there you go.
Because Perthshire must have. Because it's the oldest tree in Scotland, or if not the world, in Perth.
There's the yew tree at Forteath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 5,000 years old or something like that.
Yeah, they say it was planted by like Pontius Pilate or something, but yeah.
I didn't know he was a gardener.
Absolutely mad for it. They said, so green fingers.
He's horticulturalist.
Yeah. Easy for you to say. Sorry.
Anyway, Iain, I've just poured the 98 bourbon cask.
Nice.
Beautiful. Really nice. Yeah.
No,
I would say this could well be the second best single cask in the world.
Second best. I'm glad. I was like, oh, all right. I thought you were talking about your 15-year-olds for the shop. But no, there is that one. I know.
Yeah. Well done, Iain. Well done.
I was paying you homage, Iain, when you went off screen there. I was like, oh, trust me to pour 4 single casks, and you just won the best single cask.
I totally concur. I'm not going to show it on in case I shouldn't show it on, but it's lovely. That was lovely. It really is absolutely beautiful. So,
but no, massive congrats on the award as well. It's very cool. It's good to get that recognition.
Thank you.
When it was just me and Iain won earlier on, we were talking about the awards, and I was saying you've won so many, you're going to have to get a wall just for the awards. And Iain was saying he's going to be like the janitor out of the Harry Potter films. Up you
can plant a display hedge in the gardens of the Grand School.
Absolutely. That's a good idea.
So was that cast one of your picks, Iain?
All these are me these days, which is quite cool. So these are all
talking about your drams, Iain. I'm talking about other.
All right. Too many Ians.
So Iain M.
Yes, that's well, I started in 2008, so that's 2008. I've actually had to think there when it was. So that's when I'm. So yes, it's 2013. My mind just went a blank there. Do you know that? So, yes, so that's wonderful. As I say, lovely from that era. They're obviously.
Tip my hat to you.
Aye, it's good. As I say, that was made at the time when there was only 3 of us here. So it was quite a small team, and there wasn't really. We were working away, but just working away. I think the average production we would be about 900 casks a year at that time, so it was quite small. So there's a wee window in there. It's some wonderful stuff. So it's quite interesting. But tell it, he's hankering for that. Well, there we go. That's
it. It can't be worse than Arctic Gherkin, surely. Lovely notes of creosote and arsenic.
I know, that's it. Odd lead nail and things like that. There's not.
A few recharge and you'll be fine. Just there.
Absolutely. I'm really liking that. That's lovely. That 98 is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Cheers. No, as to say, it's not. These aren't a shameless plug. I promise. I just thought. I know that Russell's a big fan of the Glencairn.
Oh, absolutely.
I'd give you guys a snapshot of some things which are literally just been released. So it's quite nice to have a wee taste.
Very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure.
You're in tomorrow, aren't you?
Amazing. Yeah, they sound really nice. Great.
I'll leave some for you tomorrow. You can take it home with you.
Oh, thank you.
I can do you one better and actually send you some that you can try yourself if you like. I'm sure I can get it.
Ian's going to send you some. That's fine. It's all
Mike's as good at sharing as I am, quite clearly, by looks of things.
I know, yeah. Tony never agreed or denied about your bottle that you stole / shared with people. So yeah, it's still up in the air.
Me or Cat?
Cat.
Iain brought a bottle of whiskey he sent it to say thank you for letting him go around the distillery. But I did share it out with the team.
She says.
But like I say, we have a small team and they work shift patterns. So like,
I was thinking a good while ago, and that looks kind of like how much whiskey you drink over that period of time. Until
you know what though, like I've moved house, so my stuff's been in storage. So I've literally just got this out of a box the other day. So so yeah, it's the first time I've seen it for a while. Let's see.
Brilliant.
You know, when we're talking about, I'm not going to bore everyone with hedges and telegraph poles in case other people.
Why not? That's exactly what we're on the chat for tonight. Yeah.
Well, exactly. But the thing I've gotten quite into recently, and I don't know if any of you guys play it as well, is Spot the Quarantine Lorry. Is anyone in the chat as well?
Yeah.
So
I saw one,
which I didn't even. So that must be a newer one. But yeah, I saw an Ardnamurchan lorry. But yeah,
oh, really?
Playing bingo on the. So I've seen, I think, about 73 of them. When I say about, I know I have because I keep a note for some of that reason. And we're literally driving past one. I'm like, oh, Siobhan, look, it's Kilhoman. But anyway, but yeah, Ardnamurchan on a lorry. I'm like, oh, that must be one of the newer ones. So yeah, so I thought that's like getting a shiny in the Pokemon cards.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things you can start collecting that because so the two most southern quarantine lorries I've seen were both around about Preston, both tankers. So I've no idea where they were going. But the most exciting lorry that we passed, and it was when it was on the way south. So Laura, my daughter, and our boyfriend Connor were in the van. So we were all in the van together. We went past a butter-kissed popcorn lorry, and we decided we need to get scoops and just get them into the
get them back.
Hijack them. Just go the full hog and just hijack
Absolutely. We all kind of went whoa at the same time as soon as we saw.
Somebody did that to a cream egg lorry, didn't they? They hijacked a Cadbury's cream egg lorry recently.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that.
Cream eggs.
I bet they just open the back door of the butter kiss lorry and it all just falls out.
Yeah.
Come up on it's everywhere. So the further, and this is how I'm quite ashamed to say this, but the furthest north I've been was would be this year when I went with young John who works up at Loch Lomond, and we went up to Forteath. We meet up there. So we went up there, and as Iain said, I was actually quite amazed because we're obviously going up, and we probably went by the hedge actually, so I think that's the way we went. So we're obviously going up north, and the amount of quarantine and these
McPherson's,
McPherson's. Yeah. I was actually, I was quite amazed actually with the sheer number of them, and obviously they're back and forward there, never, because you don't really see them down this neck of the woods.
So I take it. So Russell, when you said it, I'm not sure if you did. So you know that they're all named after different distilleries. So every quarantine lorry has a different name.
Oh, I've not seen that.
When you said that, so it wasn't about where it was from, but on the side of each cab, they're all named after the side.
So not the front, not the Eddie.
No, it's on the side of the driver door. But yeah, so there's a Tom and Tell and a Glencadam and they've got.
Are they like the snowplows where you can go online and see where they are?
Yeah, you can see. Well, I don't know if you can see the quarantine ones. Yeah. Doing another delivery for but.
That's a new hobby for sure. Yeah.
No. When you said that you'd seen them down south, I was like, "Oh, you've not started playing this game, but I'm sure you'll love it." But yeah, so literally,
I have started now in my head. I have started the game.
Yeah. So I've seen Glencadam and Tom and Tell, which is always quite good. But yeah, Ardnamurchan must be a newer cab because they used to have. I don't know how many cabs Quarantine own, but yeah, they've got all the different.
So I wasn't following you. I thought you saw an actual Ardnamurchan.
No. They named it was a lorry named Ardnamurchan, but it was carrying who knows what. So yeah,
you brought us nicely onto the next subject of tonight, which this is my party after all. So, the Kilhoman Combine Harvester.
Russell, before you go any further, guess who we had in the shop on?
Not the driver.
The
driver. Not the driver.
No, the owner of the Rassay Combine.
Oh, I know. Janice told me that. Yeah.
The infamous Rassay Combine.
Yeah.
Oh, Janice told you.
Yeah.
What great news there. I was like, Russell would have loved to be here, but the guy would still be in the shop today.
There's two stories in. So the first one we'll talk about the Coleman. So the Coleman have got their own branded. You'll all have seen it. The green Coleman Combine Harvester. And on many chats, I've always said, I'm desperate to get a shot. I won't get to drive it, but even just to sit in the cab while the combine's working, that's what I really want. And of course, Antia, wonderful Antia, the brand ambassador, said, we'll need to see what we can do, come over and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we were talking to Anthony Wills about 4 or 5 months ago. Or was I on myself? Were you on that night as well, Mike?
I was on with Anthony, yeah.
With Anthony, yeah. Anyway, so I just happened to throw it into the conversation, as I would. And Andy says, get yourself over here for harvest. We'll have you on the combine. So I'm on it.
Nice.
I'm going to be on the Coleman combine.
That'll be cool.
So yeah, most exciting news of the year last year.
I've noticed the T-shirt you've got on tonight as well, Russell. Good choice.
Yeah. Distracted by tractors, yeah. Easily distracted by tractors. But the Rassay Combine Harvester, is it not a converted Land Rover?
Yeah, it's a Land Rover engine, but it only goes.
It's only got 4 gears. So they can't reverse it. So if they push it, they have to literally push it back up the hill.
So yeah, so the field was on a slope, and they had to make sure that they combined down the way so they could then tow it back up and then let it go down again. Brilliant. But yeah, I couldn't believe it when he was in. I was like, Russell would have loved that.
I'd have liked to meet him for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So he's obviously not. He's not a Rassay guy originally. I think he's up this neck of the woods.
Is it not from Orkney or somewhere that they?
I think he's more local than that. I don't know if Janice is on. Janice will probably have a better memory than me. He's up this end of Scotland anyway.
Wow, that's it. That's the kind of island life, isn't it? Though you meet you and mend, and there were pieces of machinery there which is 30, 40, 50 years old. And they're still working. You just. Amazing, absolutely amazing.
You talking about Mills?
We were driving back out of Oban one day, heading back home because we go to Oban for shopping, and there was a tractor coming towards us, and it was like held together with like ratchet straps and tow. It was harled and shite, but the window looked miraculously clean. Like Jesus, like that's a really clean window until we realised that the farmer's hair was like this. And his dog's ears like this. There was no front window. There was no glass. Everything was just held together as string, and he was just like that.
Trying not to hit a bird on the way. I was going to say.
The dog was having a great time. The tongue was out. The ears were going.
Who needs a window?
Overrated.
You just have to clean them. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Don't worry about them steaming up when it's cold.
I know, right?
We might do that with a tour bus. That's a good idea. We'll just take out all the windows and who needs air conditioning? January tours around Scotland. Yeah,
plenty of drams to keep people warm. Absolutely.
Right, that's it. A hardy bunch.
Everything's held together with Baylor Tow, honestly. Like, if you haven't got Baylor Tow, then you're not going to survive.
Baylor Tow is a new terminology I've not used before. I like it. The Harold
string.
It evokes some pretty good imagery.
Baylor Tow, yeah.
Baylor Tow, a bit of plastic tubing.
Alkazine pipe, a bit of alkazine pipe. Baylor Tow and an old buoy. If you can find an old buoy, then you can do so much with them as well. They're listed there. An old buoy. A boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. What do you call it? So we would call it Baylor twine. So you call it Baylor
tow. Yeah.
Tow.
Yeah.
TOW. It's exactly the same as tow, but tow.
Wow. Isn't it?
Aberdeenshire.
You tow a truck with tow.
You do. Tow it with tow. Get the tow.
Tow it together.
That's amazing. You're right. Exactly. They used everything. It's just everything was tied up with twine, fences, machinery, people.
Every gate has its own special entry, like some special bit of tow and some special knot you've got to try and figure out to get through.
In the West Coast, all the wheelie bins are tied down with tow because they get blown away, so they're all tied down. Yeah.
I bet you've lost everyone now. I think.
No, we've gained Matthew Runcie. I noticed that he's
loads of people
he wasn't going to come on, and then he heard. He's like, "Oh, they're talking about telegraph poles and hedges. I'm in." Now we're on lingo.
He's probably gone again, but he wasn't. Matthew from Canary.
It is amazing. You know, it's all these wee things, though. You know, it's amazing how, you know, they're part of the makeup of the people, isn't it? You know, it's fun. And what really gets me is the different names for the same thing.
Yeah.
Because I knew what you meant.
Dialect.
It was just obviously the local dialect. You know, that's amazing. That it really is fascinating.
It's also the bits of machinery that keep people hold on to, and because there's going to be some time in life that they're going to need it. And I remember going to visit a guy when I was doing my old job, and it was a guy who lived in a pretty isolated farm, and it was up a kind of pretty rutted kind of track. But you could get your car up. You just had to be careful not to kind of belly it in certain bits and go up kind of sort of zigzag on the bits of grass. Anyway, I was parked upside his house and had our usual chat. Everything was fine, and I set off to go, and I thought, oh, fuck, I've got a bloody flat tyre. It was completely flat. And he said, oh, no worries. So this old tractor gets kind of chugged out of one of the sheds, and he's actually got a motor that goes on the back of the tractor that's actually got a pump to pump a tyre up. He was absolutely thrilled. He was thrilled on a flat tyre. He was able to get this bit of kit out. It was covered in fucking cobwebs and bird shit and all sorts. Oh, no, we'll get it going. He was absolutely thrilled. I mean, it worked absolutely fine. I had such a bad flat. By the time I got halfway down the road, I had to change the tyre anyway. But
it was going.
He got going. He got me away for the house. You know, but he was thrilled.
You're taking him with you. Just taking him with you every time you get flat.
You just know he went into the house. You just know he went into the house and kind of went, that's it. That's fine.
He said to his wife, "You told me to throw that out."
Yeah, exactly. What am I going to do that? I've just used it. I'm keeping it for another 20 years.
It's that generation though. They never threw anything away. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. You know,
my granddad unfortunately passed away last year, but he lived in '93. He had a pretty good innings. One of the guys that got me into whiskey, but he's from the east coast. It was from the east coast of Fife, from Sally Lake, and he literally. So everything they got either came from the sea or they found it, and his garret and his loft, so the bottom of his garden, literally has everything in it. So just jars of like even bits of lead that you'd find from the side of the bearings in your wheels to like just different screws and whatever else. He just kept everything and made everything. And the funniest story I remember from him. So that was his thing. He loved to. He was really creative and he used to love to make things. And my gran really wanted to buy this painting of a ship that she saw once. She's like, you know what? We never buy ourselves anything. Whatever we get, he makes it, or he like makes like a newspaper stand or whatever it may be, or stools or whatever. So there's this painting she really wanted. He's like, okay, and she kind of hinted at it multiple times that she really wanted this painting. And about 6 months later, unveiled this painting that he'd painted himself. So he literally big cameras painted took a photograph or had like a flyer of the ship and painted the ship. And she was raging because it was the one thing she really wanted. And so instead of, he's like, I'll make it myself. It's not bad. I mean, it's not quite like it's not quite Monet or Renoir, but it's actually quite a good possession. She used house paint for it as well. I don't even think it was like it's not oils or anything, but literally so it's great. And she's like, the one thing I wanted to buy is like a treat for the living room. She just painted it. And he was working on it, up in the loft.
It reminds me of the Mr. Bean episode when Mr. Bean's got his girlfriend and they're looking in the jewellery window. It was like, oh, the engagement ring, this is beautiful. And then it comes to Christmas Day and she opens the present, it's in the ring box, but it's the hook. And he pulls it out and he's got the picture that was behind the engagement ring.
His granddaughter thought he was doing a really romantic, brilliant thing like that.
Well, and he was just like, do you know what? Like, there's no point in buying it. I can make it myself. And literally, so not only was it furniture and other bits, but literally painted the painting for the living room. I mean, I was well into my teens before I realized he painted it. It was just always part of it. But I was like, oh, I painted that. Like, what? Yeah, it's cracking. But yeah, I'd say he literally kept everything, like you're saying. It's just a different generational thing.
I actually love that story. I think that's a brilliant story, especially if the pictures. Yeah, it'd be different if it was like a stick man and a line drawing or something.
So yeah, but no one in the family really knows who's going to take it yet. But maybe it'll go right in the old in the map.
That's the giraffe. Absolutely.
I've got a giraffe out of here, and we'll replace it with a ship. Yeah, if you see a ship in the background, I'll explain where it is next time I'm on screen. But yeah, it's great. So yeah, so many bits and pieces. She's like, I'll just do it myself. So I had painted the artwork for the living room.
Right. It's amazing. It's got meaning though. That's the thing. It's got meaning. That's a connection, Ian. So
yeah.
What a story. If he just went and bought the picture, she'd be like, oh, I wanted this picture and he bought it. And that's that story ended. But now
instead of he fucking painted it.
I know.
And it'll be worth even more now that he's passed on. So
I mean, I don't know you'll see it in the Tim Modern, but it's not bad. but yeah, so she resented it massively. Everyone else used to compliment him on it, and you'd be like, "Oh, that's a nice painting you got there." Is that original? He's like,
he's sitting there smug as fuck.
Yeah.
You can just imagine your grand just absolutely fuming.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna get another one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Did anyone at home actually come on here to talk about whiskey or listen to whiskey?
That's a good point, actually. Yeah,
I think they were told.
Just let us know now because I'm not sure what the expectations here were.
That was never going to happen.
No.
I was expecting Russell to be in a pair of red budgie smugglers. I'm not gonna lie.
With the boy over his
shoulder.
I was misled. That's the only reason I'm on tonight.
I thought it was going to open to like.
This is not quite East City Whiskey Club. That's the kind of thing that happens on there. Like,
yeah, fair enough.
There'll be educational cut. That's what they probably told you. It'll be really educational.
That's it. Yeah, a proper introduction into the whiskey world, and so far it's been telegraph polls and.
Russell's decided he's taken it upon himself to really lower his own standards so that Cat feels more comfortable. Last week, all he did was slag off Connell as well. So,
I mean, you fairly downsized those big shoes to fill, Russell, when you just insulted them continuously by accident.
I made the heinous error. I mean, it's a bit like saying you're from Campbellton, Ian, and Mr. Renton says, no, you were 13 miles outside. But I made the mistake of saying to Connell that you're from Allness. I expected him to say aye, because I was going to say, so Scott Adamson, and he's like, I said, you're from Allness, aren't you? And he was just silent. I mean, he said, I don't think you could have insulted me anymore if you'd actually tried. I went, you're not from Allness. He said, no, I'm not from fucking Allness. And if you could have said I'm from anywhere, that's probably the worst place in the world you could have said I'm actually from. So it became a bit of a stony.
Where is he from? Connell?
Culloden.
Ah, okay. I see.
Culloden. So yeah, he's in there now. But yeah, Culloden. But yeah, there's another, because I know there's Scott and there's somebody else that is from Allness, and I thought because that kind of North accent and stuff.
Yeah.
What I meant to say in a complimentary way, there's a lot going on in that area. You're around about Tain and.
I mean, I don't know if there's a lot going on Allness. I'm not going to lie, but I mean, yeah.
That area.
I bet they've got some pretty old telegraph poles, though. It's a nice part of the world. Don't get me wrong. I mean,
the idea was meant to be complimentary. You've got Dornoch, you've got Brora started up again. Yeah. There's a whole lot going on in that area. Here he goes.
There we go.
Here he goes.
We can't quite cut to get you properly, but we've got the best bits.
It's not quite so good. That was a couple of weeks ago, but I've
let yourself go.
I've won a few pounds. Since then. But yeah, so yeah. So at the end, I said, "Oh, we'll need to meet up and blah blah blah." He's like, "Yeah, Russell, that's never going to happen now."
We'll move for a fight in the Allness local.
I do need to buy him several beers now to make up for that one. So yeah. Check your geography before you say anything to anybody. Really good.
Well, I can't comment anywhere above Elgin because I've never been anywhere above Elgin, so I'm totally out. So Allness could be It could be in France.
Almost. It's probably is it the same kind of height as this same kind of. It's not any further north than Elgin, is it? It's just in towards the west. It was a wee bit higher up. I'm trying to think
I thought it was up.
It'll be a wee bit higher up. You're going across the coast and up a bit. So not much. Not very much.
Do you know? So Elgin is apparently the kind of the hometown of my family name. So I've never met another Forteath apart from my immediate family. In fact, if anyone in the chat knows another Forteath, I'd love to meet one because I feel like one of us might evaporate. But yeah, it's but yeah, Forteath. I only literally know my immediate family. But in Elgin, there's a Forteath Street, a Forteath Avenue. Yeah. It's spelled the same as well, which again no one can spell. But yeah, and there's even like a wee Forteath mausoleum in the cemetery there. But never met any of them. But yeah, apparently, even though I'm from the East Coast, I'm not. Apparently, I have whiskey related blood somewhere along the line. But yeah, but just nobody that I know. So yeah, if you know another Forteath, but Elgin's apparently it's got that kind of magnetism or draw to the fact that and Forteath Avenue is quite nice. It's got nice houses there. I feel like I should try and get one. I'm Mr. Forteath that lives in Forteath Avenue, but if you know Forteath.
The fact you've got a Forteath mausoleum, maybe you won't meet anymore Forteath, to be honest.
Well, there is that problem. Yeah, it's true.
It's kind of final, isn't it?
Yeah. It's quite strange seeing your face on an epitaph or not your name on it, but yeah, it's like bye. But no, Elgin's always Finhorn's a nice part of the world, Iain. If you're up that way, it's pretty cool. And if you're up Forest Way, I mean, you can go and say hi to Russell, his new job. Yeah, nice part of the world.
I need to go to these places. But yeah, absolutely. Glengarry. So that'll be the first place, and then
come up to Glengarry and then keep on coming north. You get a spare room here, and then we'll wander the coast looking for telegraph poles and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
We'll have a real bit of time.
If you go up kind of the Forfar Road as well, you can stop in at Glencadam on your way up. Yeah.
So, let's get a bus. Let's just save on transport. Let's just go all together. Get a bus. Road trip.
Absolutely. That would get messy, wouldn't it? I could see that would really get messy.
Yeah, we need to hire a bus. I'm not driving that one. Definitely.
Cat will steal all your drams at the end of it too. You got to be careful. It's
there might be a fair amount of relief if you're not driving, Mike. To be fair.
I've changed the background. Sorry, just on Dave's feed. Dave's sitting on YouTube. He's saying, "Please no." So I've changed the background. I think it's not even the watershed yet, and we're putting on semi-pornographic images of Russell behind the screens, taking them off now.
I told you that.
When you make a throwaway comment,
you met the horse. I met on a flight. Yeah, coming back.
Yeah, you told us that. Russell, you were there when you told us that.
On Lufthansa, he came on, and I was like, he looks awful like David Hasselhoff. And sure enough, I'm not really into selfies and all that kind of thing, but I ended up standing right next to him when we were disembarking the plane. I just turned around, I was like, "It's a pleasure to meet you, by the way." He's a very good-looking man, is David Hasselhoff. But yeah, he was wearing a tartan scarf and a kind of beat-up cap to try and look inconspicuous, which ironically made him look more conspicuous. But yeah, he was there for Comic-Con in Edinburgh. But yeah, very nice chap. But yeah, I was like, "Holy crap, it's the Hoff!" And then came into Inverurie and saw Russell was actually the Hoff, and yeah,
that's right.
David was just the imposter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he sounds more like a potato.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The Russell Hoff's where it's at. This is true.
I mean, have you ever seen Russell and David Hasselhoff in the same room?
Exactly.
That's true. Right. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, he did seem very familiar, and he did love Glencadam. Maybe.
Ian's got a great idea there.
Yeah, I like it.
Cattle float
on a cattle float, just with some bales in the back. That will do us absolutely dandy.
Yeah. For the guys watching on YouTube, for the guys watching on Facebook, Iain on YouTube has put a comment on Russell can organise a tractor and a cattle float. So if you're en route, just stand outside and wave, and we'll pick you up.
Make a noise at the cow, and we'll stop for you.
Job done. That's it. That's the way to go. That's it. My goodness. That's quite comfy, wouldn't it? Just
yeah.
Maybe else. Yeah.
No windows, it'd be fine.
No windows.
Well, who here was on proper tatty picking back in the day? Then are we all former tatty pickers? No.
It's kind of
tatty picking, Iain. Yeah. So back in the day, you'd be transported to a field in the most rudimentary transportation, usually a cattle float or something. they would take you to a field, and you'd be kind of put out like some kind of refugees in this field to basically break your back and pick tatties for a day.
Right.
The only good thing about it was that they had a float with some bales in it that you could actually sit down for a few minutes to eat your flask or drink your flask and eat your sandwiches at lunchtime. It was all quite cool.
It's used to. I can remember too. There was some old dears, the village I was in Carradale. That used to. I mean, they were picking potatoes in the 80s. As fit as fiddles, unbelievable. They're just not used to it, and it's just the way they operated. Harvest time was another. I used to love that when I was younger. With the bales, you used to get bales, and you collect the bales, and they would stack the bales in the trailer, and you don't see that really now. So, it's all changed. But it was
mechanized. Yeah, that's right.
It was good fun though. It was good fun.
There's a lot of berry picking goes on up here. Still, so I think the berry pickers have taken over the tatty pickers.
Yes, I think.
We don't want to get too political. I think there was a lot of that kind of didn't happen so much once a particular group of nationalities left the country because they had to. There's a lot of crops were kind of left to ruin, but we're not going to bring down the conversation at all.
We still go Rogan. Go Rogan the oats.
Rogan, yeah.
Do that every year.
Do you know what Rogan is?
I don't know if that's a Doric word or not. Rogan oats.
I think it maybe is. Yeah.
No, what's that?
We walk through
Not sowing your oats.
Not sowing your oats. No, you don't do that.
Rogan oats is completely different.
All right.
Two different things. Rogan oats when you walk through a barley park and pull out the wild oats. Sowing your wild oats also happens in fields in Aberdeenshire. But different.
We don't need to be political to bring down the conversation. Yeah.
No, you just need me.
Just to clarify, Rogan's weeding. Rogan's weeding the barley.
It's weeding, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, so you're pulling out any other rogue crop.
Yeah,
that's going into so maybe a previous crop.
Mainly wild oats don't bring down the value of your crop.
I know, amazing. Every day's a school day. That's amazing, Kat. It really is.
Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, to be fair, in the few times I've met Kat, her understanding and knowledge of kind of Scots history as well as whiskey is pretty impressive. If anything, the quality of the Blethers is going to go up after Russell leaves.
Hey!
But you're a fountain of information, Kat. I think every time we've spoken, I've always learned.
I'm still here, Ian. I'm still here.
I volunteer to come on again, Kat. Actually,
how are we
doing? This is brilliant. I think you should be the kind of agricultural advisor. You're really, all the terminology and the knowledge here is absolutely wonderful.
Don't even give me a chance, because I will. I mean, Russell likes a tractor. I drive tractors.
Oh, yes.
Russell's a mere theorist.
I'm like that. Check it out.
Absolutely. I mean, it's quite amazing. It really is. The terminologies, because I'm like, what's that mean? Not even a clue. And it's only a few miles, really. When you think about it, but not a clue. So.
Yeah, the Doric's quite something. I think. Yeah. So I'm from the East Coast of Scotland. I'm from Angus, which has a relatively neutral accent compared to a lot of folk, but. I knew East Nuke Fife quite well from my grandparents. But yeah, I remember first week working up at Tomintoul, Andy, who's the head warehouseman there, was like, Ian, where'd you get your peats? And I was like, where'd you get your peats? And I'm like, he's like, you English like? I'm like, no. Where'd you catch your peats? And I was like, I genuinely have no idea what you're saying. And he's like, where do you catch your peats? I'm like, still not.
That didn't help any.
So he was asking me, fair you fay. I was like, oh, right, where am I from? I was like, goodness. But yeah, where'd you cut your peats? Fair you fay, fair you gone. It's a great, again, I'm not meaning to insult any Doric speaking people, but it takes a bit of adapting when I'm back up there. But yeah.
The way you said it could be quite gangster, like far'd you cut your peats. It's kind of like, where's your street? It's like you made it sound quite gangster there, to be honest.
More gangster. Yeah. What's your street?
Happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yo, man, where you cut your peats?
Man.
That's it.
Iain, I am totally going to just clip that and make that into like a little gift. You giving it up.
When the kids try to get you. But you get your feet.
In the road, Iain Dog.
No, come on.
Watch out for Iain McAlister winning the Icons of Whiskey Trendsetter of the Year award.
As well. MC Iain. Yeah. MC Iain. I like Iain. Yeah, this one's Jeremy.
Big dog squeaker.
I find it absolutely fascinating. I really do. And it's all, it's totally new. So tell me, Doric is that Aberdeenshire? Is it? No. Yeah.
Yes, it's
Kind of bucking
dialect in
north.
Aberdeenshire, northeast.
Northeast, is it?
Even within Aberdeenshire, there's different forms of Doric as well. There's kind of
It's just like regional
Well, the
variants.
Mearns. How are the Mearns with what was his name? Sunset Song. Lewis Grassic Gibbons.
Yeah.
So Lewis Grassic Gibbons, if you ever read Sunset Song, which is a classic book from just south of Aberdeen, the Mearns, so around about Stonehaven, you really need to sort of concentrate in the first 100 pages to get into the language. Once you're in, but it takes a long time to actually understand.
Aye.
That's a slightly different dialect of what you'll find up around about Peterhead and Fraserburgh, which gets really, really broad, but really fast as well. If you remember the programme The Trawlerman.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And now everybody from the northeast of Scotland knew that these guys on those boats were trying to talk clearly so that people could understand them, but they still needed subtitles because nobody in England could understand them, even though they were trying their hardest to be understood. Because there's no way these guys normally spoke like they did on the programme. So I think the intensity of the speed kind of picks up the further north you go.
Aye.
So it's like a mashup of Gaelic, Old Scots, and Danish and Norwegian. So it's very, very similar to Danish and Norwegian. So a lot of Doric. A lot of Doric is almost exactly the same in Danish and Norwegian. So
you can buy a Doric dictionary as well, which will translate all these things. So
that's amazing, isn't it? Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. It really is.
It's everything from a summit for a vest, a sark for a shirt, breeks for your trousers, sheen your shoes, just everything. Baffies are your slippers.
Baffies. See,
he's baffled by Baffies.
Aye, Baffies.
Sorry, go on. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, I was speaking to an older gentleman today who was almost testing me on my Doric. He says, "If you can, what I mean about the lavricks coming back." So, do you guys, Mike? You must know what a laverick is.
Is that a lapwing?
It's a bird, but it's not a lapwing. It's a skylark.
It's a bird. Yeah,
laverick.
Even a lot of the farm-related sort of wildlife would have like sort of very specific Doric names. So a laverick is a skylark.
Wow. That's cool.
I was being tested this afternoon. Have you ken a laverick? Yes, I know a laverick.
I remember we were having a chat. I think we were chatting at the academy to the guys because we had a lot of different nationalities in the academy a couple of weeks ago, and we're talking about an old tour guide from Glendronach called Louis, and he was as broad Doric, like proper farmer, and I remember chatting to him, and it was Sandra Runcie who was taking us around Glenglass, who was telling the story, and she was like, this group of Germans went out with him and did a tour, and they came back, and everyone was in fits of laughter, and it was all, and it was like, how did you get on, Louis? How was that? He goes, well, they didn't ken what I was saying, and I didn't ken what they were saying. We all had a great time anyway. They just kind of learned when to laugh.
Yeah.
But it's got a pretty welcoming.
It's warm
dialect as well. It's quite a friendly.
It's a cheery dialect.
Yeah.
It's a very
one of
positive.
my favorite points of so when we recently took on some red wine casks, and a lot of those are barriques. And I was like, lads, this is the only time I'm going to tell you to fill your barriques on site. I thought it was a great joke. Many of them didn't. I love it. Like, fill your barriques.
The barrique was very good, by the way. The Bordeaux, that's lovely.
Yes.
Yes.
That's
Is that the first time you've done a red wine?
First time we've done. Yeah, well, so we've done a couple of Tom and Tal NES red wine releases, but that's the first time we've done a yeah. So watch this space. But yeah, this is so effectively we've done picks for the single cask stuff. These are casks that during looking at parcels and doing cask analysis, a cask that I've marked out as being exceptional for whatever reason that may be. Usually it's based on kind of wood integration and flavor, so I don't want it to be over extracted, and that tends to be the best balanced cask at the highest scores. So they get logged on a system, and then every time we release single casks, so we tend to do a release globally for about 6 or 7 casks every kind of 6 or 7 months, really. And we pick through casks that have been kind of identified as being exceptional, so 9+ out of 10 ratings. So they're always different cask types, so you've got a bit more variety there. But yeah, this is a cracker. The 2008 it's pretty tasty.
Lovely, absolutely lovely.
It's Saint-Emilion, so it's Merlot dominant Bordeaux. It was kind of cool. So I'd say so before they made me master blender, and back in the day when I could still fit my head through doorways, that was when I was put in charge of buying these casks. Now I've got to see them to fruition, which is kind of cool. But
it's not your head you have to worry about, Ian. It's your business card. It's like all these.
I know, yeah. It's just spitting in new titles. I know, yeah. They double up as ninja stars as well. They're great. It's like, I always feel when I hand them over, I feel like it's that scene from American Psycho. You know, when everyone's looking at. Yeah, they made me kind of my own business cards for a while, and yeah, they're like a thick cardboard that have pointed edges and everything. You can throw them into watermelons, but long-winded. But no, it's not too bad. But yeah, I already had a massive head, literally, and now I have it metaphorically as well. But yeah, it's not too.
That's really working. I think I found the further I've gone into the whiskey journey, the red wine finishes seem to be more and more and more what I love. I mean, was it the 2021 festival bottling from Campbellton? Was that the Bordeaux one?
20 yes.
21, 22, 22, 22.
21.
21, yeah. That was a
cracker.
That was a brilliant bottle, that one.
What wine cask was that, Ian? What type of wine?
Bordeaux. Bordeaux, sorry. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
nice.
I mean, that's a 10-year-old. So, it was really, before that, obviously the Tawny, and then, you know, the last year was obviously PX.
Tawny. Tawny, yeah. There you go. We've got a few of these.
Everyone just showing off their
This was the one on the back of the East City Whisky Club chat that you came on and did, which is when I fell in love with Victoriana to begin with as well. Which
aye. I mean that. Well, do you know that? See, for me, especially with the picking up the awards last year, you know, the Online Spirits Award. I mean, that was really quite humbling, that, because obviously it was just voted, you know, it was just the general public, you know, and they just that was a special one. It really was, you know, it was wonderful. And sometimes you think the Victoriana, you know, where does it sit? You know, where does it sit in the range? But the Victoriana really tells a story. You know, it's Campbelltown. It's the essence of the place. It's the type of casks, you know, it goes to make up Victoriana, how they're handled, how they're, you know, the heavily char aspect with that little bit of sherry. So, I think it's quite important to have something like that. You know, it's.
Yeah. Is Victoriana your baby then? Is that one of yours, or is that?
Well, it was really a collaboration. You know, a lot of these, to be fair, Ian. So, you know, in the early days, you had the Victoriana. 2014, it was a Victoriana. It was double cask in the 15-year-old with a. That's before that there was nothing.
Well, there was the neon UFO bottles, but there was
yes. As I said, there was nothing, and so no, yeah. Well, there was. You're right. You know, so you had these disco cows.
They were, to be fair, the liquid in them was great. So I used to, I worked in Woodwinters and Robertsons back in the day, and we had those bottles in. Was it the 21 that was the big bright pink one?
20. There was 10, 12. There was a 14 heavily peated for Sweden, 16, 18, 21-year-old. So it was quite adventurous, really. I guess at the time going for that spread, just off the bat, because before that, as I said, that was 2012. Before that, there was basically just the 12-year-old. That was it was just maybe a cask or two a year. That's all you had with that. So there was, there was nothing. So
I think your range has gone from strength to strength, to be honest. And Victoriana's lovely. I've always got a bottle in the house. It's a cracker. It's my kind of whiskey. I really enjoy that style as well. It's kind of big and robust and kind of rich and rugged at the same time. I like it.
It tells the story, doesn't it? And that's what it's all about, isn't it? I think you've got to have something to tie into a whiskey, haven't you? It's a location. It's the provenance. It's potentially the people that made it. It's where it come. Everything. The whole package really for me. If you get it right, I think that's. It's really, really important. It's the fundamentals. So, it's the beauty of whiskey.
Yeah, exactly. True.
Jamie Love was saying a wee while ago when you changed when you took away my physique, Mike, and you changed the background, the background covers like the disco cow.
A little bit.
That's what I was going for. I was trying to subliminally tell us all to go back to whiskey.
Well, I've given myself a wee side-by-side appearance. I've poured the 2005 port pipe, and I've put I've popped in beside it is that a distillery exclusive from recently, the 20 port one?
The 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So, wow,
Great idea.
Yeah.
When did you get that one, Russell? Is that one?
Mike got it from me. This was the gift for driving everybody about in the academy. So
I think you were on your way to Germany, Iain, when I texted you asking you about the exclusives. So you
can see him enjoying it. It's well down the ball.
That's why I asked you the price of them. I was like, what one's the cheaper one?
They're actually no bad, didn't they? No, sometimes
it's really nice. Yeah. That's. I mean, it's amazing. These are both. What kind of port is this? Tawny port as well. Iain Forteath, Glencadam. Tawny port.
I know ours is ruby actually. It's a ruby port.
Yeah. Incredible.
Yeah.
This one's super red. It's
lovely.
It's just on the verge of being. So I love port, but I don't really like it when it gets super jammy and a bit cloying. And this kind of there's a really nice kind of chocolate or like kind of coffee kind of note at the end of this that kind of brings it back from being too sweet. But yeah, it's intense. So these are they're just coming out, but this one is the 17 Portwood that you know and love. So this is a cask from the 17 Portwood that's to be, but it was so good that we bottled it on its own. Which is like the 06 that we had before, same kind of setup. So this is so it's one of the many casks in that lineup that we will put into 17, but we picked this one out to bottle on its own. But yeah, it's a tasty little number. And it's kind of like, I always describe these as like Jammy Dodgers without the biscuit. It's very, very full on.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry. I promise we will. I'll make up for it.
Sounds amazing.
Iain.
Well, I do have something else, but it's not Glen Scotia, sorry, but it's the Tom and Tow one.
Oh, nice.
That
Did
one.
you steal that from Inverurie, or was that? I'm just kidding.
We've missed one of those in the last talk. Sure of it.
Well, like I say, I don't share, so surely it's on the shelf for me.
Is that the Pinot Noir, or is that the?
Yes.
Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, it's tasty.
So yeah, I can have that one. It's fine.
Do you know what? Funny enough, when we're talking about language and pronunciation and stuff and regional dialects, I remember, funnily enough, it was actually in Bulgaria. After I'd seen my wonderful hedge, I was in a baker's just picking up some lunch, And I've got, so Angst D has Whiskey A through to Whiskey G as license plates. So my car is Whiskey A or WH15KYA. And if I've overtaken someone in the chat, I'm really sorry. I promise I'm not. Just in case, like, I've seen that license plate before. But anyway, the lady and the baker saw the car and she's like, "Oh, do you like your whiskey then?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm the blender for Angus Dundee Distillers. We do Tom and Towel and Glencairn." And she goes, "Oh, son, it's nae Tom and Towel. It's Tom and Tool." I'm like, "No." I was one of those things. I was like, "Well, actually, it is Tom and Towel because everyone from Tom and Towel calls it Tom and Towel." Like, "Oh, son, oh, you've got it all wrong. It's not Tom and Towel. It's Tom and Tool." And I was like, "Actually, we spend a lot of time telling people that's not how you pronounce it."
We had a family that came into Glengarry the other day, and they made like a sort of pilgrimage to Glengarry with their son, who they'd named after the distillery, and they introduced their son. "This is Garrick. We've named him after your distillery." And I was like,
I thought his name was Glenn. His name was Glenn.
Garrick.
I was like, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's a beautiful story. However,
how did they spell it?
So as Geary, so
Really?
Garrick, yeah, but they were pronouncing it as Garrick.
Like Garrick or something like that.
Yeah, and he was 12 years old and he was born in Minnesota. So they bought the Glengarry, Minnesota single cask and stuff, and they took a picture and stuff. And I was just like, this is beautiful, but still really, really wrong at the same time. Like, do you change his name? Do we change our name?
Do you want to say, like, "See you later, Geary"?
Are you feeling cheery, Lynn?
You spend the whole day, "Welcome to Glengarrick," you know.
Yeah.
I'd be as well, to be honest, because folk, like, yeah, you can say it all day and you're still going to have their own version of it. I answered the phone the other day. I was like, "Hello, Glengarry Distillery." He's like, "Yeah, glad I've got you. How to pronounce the name of your distillery?" I was like, "Were you not listening?" Like, no. It's one of those things, isn't it?
Tuning into this Blether, I was going to say, like, and this is his sister, Bruch Ladich.
There's a great story of a colleague of mine who went out to work at Lafroig, and an American gentleman walked in and he's like, "Lagavulin, my people." He's like, "Well, firstly, it's Lafroig, and secondly, it's Lagavulin."
That was more street than "Where'd you cut your Pete's?" Lagavulin, my people.
My people.
Was there not a bit like one of the big American TV shows or Dynasty or something like that? Was there's a guy like Googling, age 12 years, and he was like so chuffed with himself, and like it just got absolutely ripped by the entire country. not the country of America, because they all thought he was talking sense, but like our side of the Atlantic were like, "What is this?" There should be, some kind of school on pronunciation, because even the sensible ones get.
I think there probably is. The problem is some people just choose not to do it or think they're actually right.
Yeah.
I think once you've got the wrong name in your head, though, no matter how many times you hear the right name, like it's just stuck there. It's like that one I can't pronounce, Mike, that I get wrong. The one that's like the itchy armpit, whatever it is.
It's when people come into the shop and ask. It's when people come into the shop and say, "Is Stuart not here today?"
Yeah.
The owner, Stuart. I said, "Stuart, Mike."
Stuart, Mike.
Well, no, Stuart. Stuart's name's not Mike. I said, "Yeah, his name's Mike. Mike Stuart." "Well, Stuart's name's Mike." I said, "No, Mike's name's Mike. It's Mike Stuart." "Oh, okay. Well, was he here?"
I still think, I'm sure that a Thrusk was just made to wind people up, but I'm sure they wanted to name it a Thrusk.
I would say a Thrusk and Glengarry were examples of whoever invented the Gaelic language was pissed and dyslexic.
Yeah.
They just couldn't be out. They're like, "That'll be fine. That'll do." But if you read the old like, I read the book about Bloody Harlaw, which is a battle nearby Inverurie, and they spell Inverurie. One record spells Inverurie 4 different times, 4 different ways in almost one paragraph. It's like, and they're just like, well, they're not Tipex in those days, do they? So they're just like, well, now it could just be that way. And it goes.
Make up your mind. Spell it one way, isn't it?
I suppose as long as it's the way that you say it, they don't care how it's. They wouldn't have cared how it's spelled.
Yeah.
It's only now since marketing teams get involved that people care about how it's spelled.
Have you had any people driving to Inverurie and getting to the wrong address?
Yeah,
Inverurie,
phoning more than driving. We get, is that the Inverurie Whisky Shop? Yeah, and he goes, how close are you to the jail? And I was like, well, I've got about 6 points on my license, but I'm pretty far off.
about 250 miles.
So we get that at the distillery a lot with Tomatin. And I remember a tour about 5 years ago. They were like, "We've booked a tour, but we're running 5 minutes late. But I hope that's all right." And I'm like, "Have you?" Yeah. We've got a tour for 6. And then they've driven. They're like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Yeah, Tomatin's. This isn't Tomatin." They're like, "Do you think we'll get there in time?" I'm like, "No, considering you're already late, Tomatin's a good hour and a bit." But yeah, they just turn up like, "Sorry guys, we're a little bit late." But is that okay? And we're like, "Who?" They're like, Tomatin. Like, yeah, no, sorry, wrong Tom. It's the sad things. I was like, there's Tamdhu around the corner too. They sound like us as well.
There's a great story about the Knockdo and Knockando, and again, it's one of these that you're not sure how true it is. But the distillery had a visit in this one of these old-fashioned Mercs with the white ribbons and all that, and all of a sudden, this bride's father comes out and opens the door, and the bride gets out. And I don't think it was Gordon, but I'm sure it was Lorraine who told me the story, who was at the Knockdo distillery. I was like, "Can we help you?" And we've got the wedding. We've got all the stuff. I think we're late. Can you tell us where to go? Like, not here. You might be going to Knockando. Oh, is that not here? No, this is Knockdo. Like, where's Knockando? You're about an hour. If you're fashionably late, you're going to be more than a bit fashionably late now. It's pays to get your distilleries right, guys. You can just imagine that poor wee guy sitting in the warehouse at Knockando. He's like, just open the fucking cask and give me some whiskey. Just not done it.
reaching for a bung hammer and a flinch. Like, no, mate, it's okay.
It's like so Christopher Coates. I don't know if Chris was Chris Coates at your event yesterday, Iain, from Whisky Magazine. He may not. He needs to do some different things, but
I don't know. Was he actually?
He may not have been. I don't think he's editor now. He's still involved with the magazine. He was in Cuba doing a whole cigar thing, which looked really exciting. But he, I'm an Aberchurder, which is Aberchurder, Aberchirder. So it's called Aberchurder, but the original name for the village was Foggy Lone, and but people just call it Foggy Lone as a kind of also a nickname now. But that's actually the original name, but Foggy for short, or Foggy. Anyway, Chris Coates was once doing a chat at a tasting, and he was talking about Glendronach, and he got ridiculed by this person in the audience. This person in the audience who said, Foggy's just right beside the distillery. And Chris was said, "Oh, my friend's in Forg." He said, "Oh, but that's Foggy." He said, "Oh, right, is it?" And Chris didn't know enough to kind of challenge the guy. So there's a handful of houses in a place called Forg, which is Forgue, literally right beside Glendronach. Forg, Forg, Forgue, Forg. But this is Foggy here. So, of course, when Mike and I were chatting to Chris, I said, "Oh, no, you were right." He said, "Oh, really?" So, like, for years, he kind of felt completely ridiculed. So I don't think I've ever spoken to him again. I just thought, I made such a big mistake. He made a fool of him in front of everybody at this tasting, right? And Chris just backed down. So he said, "Really?" So, of course, I went around the village taking lots of photographs with a pub that says, Foggy Lone, and the sign Aberchurder known as Foggy Lone. And I sent all these to Chris, and he's like, "You have no idea how vindicated I feel. I can't wait to meet this guy again."
I know.
Again. Yeah.
Talking of fascinating Foggy, Russell, tell Ian's your claim to fame about the Foggy Square.
The Foggy Square. So this is brilliant, right? So
this is back to the Telegraph polling.
this is up there. This is up there with Telegraph polls, right? And it has to be challenged. I'd have to say, I'm thinking more of shape more than anything else. But anyway, obviously we're looking to move closer to Elgin because work's going to be up that way. So the house is on the market just now. So part of the process was getting the estate agents and what have you around. So the lady showed us just a wee kind of thing of a house that was for sale just up the street, just to show the kind of layout of how it's going to look online and stuff. And I just had a wee look through it. And on the back of the books, a little wee history of Aberhurder. Right, so I'm reading through it and I'm thinking, what? Aberhurder Square is apparently the squarest square in the United Kingdom.
Squarest square.
The squarest square. Yeah. Listen, you walk. It's not even fucking square. It's definitely rectangular. I mean, there's no way it's square. So I don't know if that means it's got the sharpest angles in the corners.
Squarest square.
It's definitely right angled. It's definitely right angled at the four corners. But it's the squarest square in the United Kingdom. Yeah.
That sounds like a made up fact to be like, the reason you need to come and visit Aberhurder is because we have the squarest square you'll ever see. None of those circular square things you find up north. No. We've got the squarest.
Foggy's got the squarest square.
In Inverurie, our square is a triangle, so.
Right. Well, it's a dissected square. Yeah.
Well, basically, where the cross is, so in Campbelltown, Iain, you'll know that if you've seen it. So obviously, the cross sits in what they call the roundabout. But when you look at the roundabout, you say that's not round. It's more like a square about. It's hex about or something like that. It's certainly not a roundabout.
It's a multiple-angled circle. Yeah.
It is. Many dimensions.
I think O'Meldrum or Glengarry that must be the worst square in the world. It's got one road in and out and no junction. There's two roads in and out, but no junction. There's no right of way in the square of O'Meldrum.
There's no I've never figured it out. There's no right of way at all. You just
it's a free for all.
Yeah, you do. You just sit there and you sort of like it's a game of chicken. You kind of just eyeball the person on the other end and just think which one's going to go for it first.
Yeah. Whoever's got the biggest car.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. Practice for driving in Paris.
Yeah, I was going to say the Ile de Triomphe can do it fine. The Arc de Triomphe is fine. It's
whoever scooter's got the loudest beep.
We went and we were actually there as a family holiday. We went to Paris last year, and I don't know, we were there for 5-6 days or something like that. And I think I spent about one whole day just standing at the Arc de Triomphe watching. This is like sport. Because it's just everywhere,
Who needs to go and see a live fight when you can watch this?
I actually videoed it, and there was trucks and cars and lorries, and they're all going everywhere. And then this lone old dear in a bike, and she just cut right across, and she effortlessly just cut right through the traffic. I couldn't actually believe it. She just like a hot knife through butter right through all the traffic, and the cars were going everywhere. And I thought, wow, is that not amazing? You've seen some wonderful sights, but this is
It's the most magnificent organized chaos. Yeah, you just kind of sit and watch it, and they're like, how more people don't die, I have no idea. But yeah, it's just
Well, they probably do. They just don't report it.
Yeah, there's so much traffic they just drive over them. No one sees it.
No idea.
That's how they fill the potholes so quickly.
Just them over. Russell, if you get a shot of that combine harvester, that's why you need to take it. See if you can take it for a little road trip. Yeah. I know the roundabouts in Florence are very similar, a lot smaller than one of the Arc de Triomphe, but equally mental. The Italian roundabouts are quite something, and more so. So the Arc de Triomphe, people tend to they ease out as they see spaces, whereas in Italy they just go. So even if there's not a space, they just make one, and it's just just barge people out the way. Literally, if you ever seen Italian parking in Rome, and again, this is no disrespect to Italians, but it's they literally just bump the other cars until the space is there. So I've seen on multiple occasions people just bouncing about until they effectively make a space by pushing the other cars off their parking, push them off their handbrake.
That's what the bumpers were.
Yeah, literally just bounce in. Roundabouts of Florence. I think I was waiting there for about 10 minutes to begin with. I was like, there's just no space. Like no one's making room for me at all. You just need to go. Just commit.
Just go for it.
It's fascinating. You could spend hours watching it, because you're just wow. The first thing you look at is where's the lanes. There's no lanes. It's just like you know, it's not even tar. I can remember that the tree.
Cobbles.
Yeah.
It's all cobbles, yeah.
It's great. You know, it's just surreal. As you say, you know, if you're on the inside and you make that concerted decision, right, I'm leaving, I'm going down here, I'm going down this. It's just straight across. there's not any thought to it or moving over slowly or that. It's just straight across, and everyone else is whoa. You know?
Have you been to Vietnam, Ian? Have any of you guys been to Vietnam?
No.
So Vietnam, they don't to cross the road. You just walk out into the road. They don't have crossings. So we were in Ho Chi Minh we were there for work, and we were with the salesman we were working with, and we were trying to see the river that's kind of Saigon and everything kind of going, but kind of old school town. You could see the river in the distance. Like, oh, because just have a look and kind of see it all go by, and literally so 4 lanes either direction, and you just walk out and kind of hope for the best. And what's brilliant as well is that no one brakes. They just swerve around you, and they've got about 2 lanes full of mopeds side to side, and you're literally it's like a scene from like Ants in a David Attenborough documentary. Everyone just moves around you, so you're just standing in the middle of a road with literally hundreds of vehicles flying past, and somehow you're not dead. You just kind of keep walking, and as people kind of stop and swerve, but it was absolutely crazy. And so I watched them do it, and I was like, I don't think I could do this. I'm okay with heights and all this kind of thing, but I was just like, this is just madness, like walking out into oncoming traffic. But yeah, you just kind of go, and everyone moves around and tries not to kill you. It's a great test of nerve. You need a few whiskeys afterwards.
It's like the complete opposite to somewhere like Denmark, where when you watch it, they're like absolutely flying, but as soon as you get to the curb, everyone stops, and they're like, "On you go then." And you're like, "Thank you very much." It's surreal. You're like in Scotland, like you're almost feel like you're hindering them by being on a crossing, but like in Denmark, in Amsterdam, it's more the bicycles that are the crazy guys there, but it's just like courtesy. They just stop and they're like, "On you go." The whole junction stops so you can cross the road.
You got to watch it, you know, as you say, in Amsterdam and places like that, the bikes come out of nowhere, you know, before you know there's this bike behind you, and there's, you know, they're just out the woodwork. And
there's that millisecond of a
which is slightly too late. That time you're up in the air.
And then away. Russell, we've got some questions for you. And I did put on if anyone wanted to ask you any questions.
Oh gosh, okay.
Feel free to interrupt. Dave didn't want to interrupt at all, but Keith and James have come in with some questions. James, will your new job enable you to visit Campbelltown?
No.
Not because it won't.
Apparently not. I've already asked that question.
I mean, can I go to Campbelltown? No. Oh, right. Okay. So, any questions? Anything booked in? Because I'd really like to go to Campbelltown. No.
It's not class a local distillery, but I mean, it's not. I'm
to be fair, James, I didn't let him go to Campbelltown either. So yeah.
From a work point of view, but yeah, I will be going to Campbelltown
for his own safety. And we all know that. I've spoken to Gordon McPhail, answering Keith's question. Where are you heading off to? Sorry, Russell, I stole your thunder. I spoke to your new employees, and they said, I don't think we should let Russell kind of venture south at all for his own safety, and certainly not to the west, because he doesn't know the difference between Culloden and Alness.
Was that on a reference? Was it? Just keep him in the shop.
Right, I'll let you announce to Keith where you're going. He missed the memo.
He missed the brief. So yeah, I'm off to Gordon McPhail, Keith, full-time whisky advisor. So based in the shop, doing tastings there as well. Obviously, the Gordon McPhail are doing a big revamp of the South Street shop, which is going to be a bit more of a whisky experience. So they're under renovation just now. There's going to be a temporary shop in the St Giles Centre, which we're just waiting to open up, which should be open up in the next few weeks, I guess. Hopefully in time for
spring. And it's already wee. Yeah?
I suppose I should wait till midnight before we get started.
Unless you're talking about the Nintendo platform of games. You're opening up in the St. Giles. That's impressive. I thought people had forgotten about it.
St. Giles Centre, So that's where I'm going, Keith. So yeah, thank you for asking.
So, because I know they're planning on doing that kind of visitor centre whole experience.
Yeah.
Are they looking at something Johnny Walker-esque Edinburgh, or is it still going to be a shop?
I mean, there still will be retail in terms of there still will be other products there, but I mean, obviously, everything is Gordon MacPhail focused. So, I mean, for example, I'm just going to simply ask the question: Do you do tastings with other kind of brands as such? And they're saying, well, yeah. I mean, they would take in brand ambassadors, so people like Iain or Iain to come up and promote there. They would do an event with that. But from our point of view, we only do tastings for Gordon MacPhail. So if anybody books a tasting in the shop, then it'll be Gordon MacPhail products. But as a business, there's no reason why we wouldn't take in or do barrel top tastings in the shop and stuff like that.
I suppose
gin's slightly different. They don't do gin tastings, but they've got the red door, and there are 2 or 3 different kinds of red doors. So there was maybe a scope to maybe involve other gins in there as well, potentially as a, in order to kind of focus on a bit like what we do, or we have done in the shop with gin tastings. We tend to always have a foghouse in there and have other brands in. It'd be the same kind of thing. Red door would be.
It's nothing to do with the fact that we own foghouse, Ross. That's because it's good stuff.
Well, both sides to that, obviously.
I wouldn't say the final gin.
Would you have like Ben Romick in the cairn when it's ready under the Gordon MacPhail banner, or is it purely? Are they
very, very separate? So the shop is focused on Gordon MacPhail. Ben Romick is focused on Ben Romick. I mean, they're using Ben Romick tasting rooms just now, but we don't have any to do tastings. And obviously, there's scope to use the cairn as a kind of tasting place as well. The cairn's quite interesting. It's worth a visit. Really interesting looking distillery.
Yeah, let's go.
I think the most interesting thing about it is that in terms of waiting for the whiskey to mature, there is that they've made a blend. They've created blends, 12, 18. Oh, I'm forgetting the years. I've got this all wrong, but I think it's something like 12, 18, 25, 30.
Monday, Russell, you better get it sorted.
I know. I'm not working at the cairn because the cairn whiskey is only available at the distillery, but that's your opportunity to get that. They've got a 70-year-old blend there as well. So just going to tantamount to the amount of stock that Gordon MacPhail have got access to, that they've actually managed to make a blend that's that old. So, and the blends are really good, banging price, really good price range. Good stuff.
I mean, Russell, I think it's fair to say that we're fully behind you. Jumping ship and do what it is you do. It's a fantastic opportunity for you. I think, it's great. Kat's obviously voted with her feet in her opinion.
She's had enough.
It's great. We're right behind you, and obviously everyone who watches the Blether, everyone who knows Russell and I and the business, there's no animosity at all about you fucking off.
Much.
But I do imagine Gordon MacPhail sales will go pouring down through the
lose lots of customers. Absolutely.
No, I'm obviously we jest. We do wish you all the best, and it's going to be good fun. I'm looking forward to kind of coming up and seeing you, and maybe even getting to know you as a punter and a friend as well.
Spending some time because we've never had time to do anything like that. I mean, that's been one of the frustrations I think for both of us. I think we've always been working and never really had much time. This on a Thursday night, it's about as much time as we get to just have a bit of fun. But it's still being kind of work led, if you like, sort of to a degree. We've tried to keep it kind of make sure we're promoting stuff, but exactly. No, it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to coming back to the shop and doing tastings upstairs with just my two Iain pals and anybody else is going to come along.
I need to come up now, and I've obviously got to make the effort. I've got to come and see Russell.
Well, it's a two-way thing, Iain. I mean, we're both at opposite ends of the country, so we've got to make the effort to come down to see you as well. So, but for sure, I've said that many times.
To do a twofer is you could do 2 events up here. You got two shops.
Yeah,
you make it make it worthwhile.
Yeah,
I was just talking about coming up the house for a piss up. Never mind the shops, but
yeah, that sounds better.
well, I live in Stirling, which is banging between the two of you. So if you fancy, sometime, we can put something together. We'll have a barbecue and a few whiskeys.
Absolutely.
I'm scared to ask this question because this comes from Dave on YouTube. Iain 2, the older Iain. And you can fight that one out yourselves. What have you got? I'm a sherry or bourbon fan. So, David, I'm not sure what the question is here.
I think he's maybe had too much already, Dave.
What have you got? I'm a sherry or bourbon fan.
I'm to Iain 2, the older Iain. What have you got? Oh, what have you got? What have you got?
What have you got?
Oh wait, there's another message from David earlier up.
What, fuck cut your beats?
Yeah, we're trying to cut your beats. No, he's asked. There's about 3 up.
Oh, there we go.
The one, which means he's dubbed you Iain number 2.
Sorry, Dave, we do have the service.
There we go. Look at that.
What have you got?
Cat's back.
There you go.
That reminds me, has anyone ever heard of a singer called Kenny Bloody Wilson or Kevin Bloody Wilson?
No.
I've heard that before.
He's an Australian parody singer, and there's one of his songs called "That Fucking Cat's Back." Here we go.
I do know that one actually. I saw his internet. I had to go and wind up the candle outside. They ran out.
So Callum Renton, I assume the question are both questions for Iain, Callum. It is actually true. This is the anniversary of Iain's starting date at Glenskillick.
Wow.
It is
15 years ago. Yeah.
15 years ago today, absolutely. To the well done, Callum.
And I'm assuming that Callum wants to know what your absolute highlight is and not mine. So we'll go with your highlight, Iain.
Obviously tonight. It's the anniversary.
Yeah, I guess it is. You know, it's Russell's obviously been invited on with Russell in 15
years. There you go.
As good as it gets, isn't it? Absolutely.
Happy anniversary, Iain. Absolutely.
Happy anniversary, Iain.
Thank you,
Long may your lumreek, as they say.
Cheers, guys. Cheers.
Well, let's be fair. If anyone was going to know that stat, it was going to be Callum.
I ask him for all my stats. I go to Callum.
I've a funny feeling you're giving him too much credit. It might have been fed to him by somebody else at the distillery earlier on.
Or the wife.
That's it. But no, as I say, absolutely. You know, and it's as I say, the funny thing is, I was saying to Russell, you know, before we started, you know, I've never met Russell in person. But
it's a total anticlimax.
I met that man. You know, I thought it was great online too, but no.
You see that photo of the Hoff? I hate to tell you that, but that's photoshopped.
Are you doing your final broadcast from the toilet? By the way, you look kind of like you're sitting in a bathroom. There's a bit of ceramic behind you as well, which just got me concerned.
Is me or cat?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like you've got some porcelain throne behind you now. You said it. I was going to make it.
That's a bit.
It's okay.
Yeah. It's a heater.
Right. Okay.
You've got a bit flush.
So this is started as it means to go on. Just to give people a bit of an insight. It was either my first or my second weekend in the shop, and I can probably say this quite safely now because I'm not sure what's happening with them. Anyway, it doesn't matter. As a gin drinker, Cat always like everything, and there's some fantastic gins out there, but there's a particular local gin that I was really disappointed that I didn't particularly enjoy. Tea being one of the main botanicals, and I'm just not a tea drinker, so it's one of these flavors that just doesn't quite meet my palate. That's not the gin's fault. That's sort of purely up to my choice. 2 or 3 gins out there that I just can't agree with, and this is one of the ones. And as I said, disappointed because it's one of our local ones, and everything locally you want to like. Anyway, one of the makers of this gin was in the shop doing a barrel top tasting. I think it was my second weekend in the shop, and I'm chatting away to her, just being polite, being nice, and helping people come to the shop. Do you want to taste some of this gin? Blah, blah. Mike walks in and says, "What are you talking to her for?" And I went, eh? He says, "You don't even like their gin." Straight under the bus. I thought, okay, right, so I've just started here, right, and I'm under the bus already, right.
Russell and I have very different memories of that conversation.
That's exactly what you said.
I don't think that's exactly what I said.
So anyway, so yes, it seems to be ending as it started. So it's been a wonderful 3 years.
I've just Callum's point there is great.
I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been a fantastic experience. And in terms of the shop, great products, great experiences. So yeah, we're very lucky.
I think we've all just clocked the same comment there. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
I did notice that as well, Callum. Yeah.
Callum, that's why we did spell him Killiain. Just to make sure that there was no death threats. I mean, he's grown into his own man, and if that's what he wants to do, then I'll fully support him. But
he's got born with a purpose. Yeah.
Jeremy said, "I'm just saving time for my first trip to the toilet." So, yeah, it won't be long. It won't be long, Jeremy. Don't worry. It'll be fairly soon.
I'm surprised you haven't been yet. To be honest, we're about 2.5 hours.
I know. I haven't been.
So he's a changed man. That's yeah.
Here's one for you, Russell. This is from Willis. What's the best whiskey I have bought you? Have I ever bought you a whiskey?
Well, I'm interested to hear the answer to this one. Like, just saying.
I can't think of one. The best whiskey that Mike has bought me, obviously Mike always buys me a really good whiskey after the Whiskey Academy, and the best one of the 3 that I've had so far, I would say, the 2 Glenallachys were fantastic, but I'm a lover of the Kubokken from Tomatin, so yeah, the Kubokken. So yeah, he has bought me whiskies before. I can't remember the other ones.
Been given to me that I would like.
Yeah.
And there was one other one that I was going to jump up to was any of the whiskey that Iain's helped produce go out to Indies.
A lot of Glen Scotia, before I started just about it all, as independent bottlers, that you could get Glen Scotias to a penny, but no, I mean, Scottish Malt Whisky Society, kind of there's 1 or 2, there's single casks, blended Campbelltown malt and things like that. There was a batch of that. There's not really a lot, very, very little, to be fair.
Yeah, we're kind of the same. I think, although you find quite a few Glencadams and Tommantals in indie bottlers, we don't sell any direct. Not at the moment. I mean, just now is a kind of freak time as well. Everyone's kind of holding on to stock because of shortages and things. But we do reciprocal trades. So I mean, as a company, we're a big blending company really, as well. And that's kind of what our before the year 2000, that's where we did kind of 50 years of business doing. So we kind of, because of that, we trade and reciprocal trade ingredients. And because of that, some of those end up in indie bottlers as well. But I say it tends to be kind of secondary or tertiary rather than from us direct. Yeah, we find some pretty interesting one. There's a Cadenheads bottling out actually. Not to talk about your competitors in that I'm keen to try. It's a Glencadam Cadenheads Oloroso that was quite cool. But I've seen a few people putting pictures up of it. But I'm keen to try and taste it. But I always like to see the different indie bottlers because you see some weird and wonderful stuff that comes out from time to time. Have you ever been to Jack Rose Bar in Washington DC? I'm not dropping places exotic on purpose, but it's a crazy whiskey bar in Washington. I think it's either the largest selection of whiskey in the world or definitely in the United States. But that's whiskey including bourbons. But the guy that owns it, or the guy that kind of funded a lot of the bottles there, is a kind of full-on whiskey buff, and he was showing me some old vintages of kind of SMWS bottlings and Cadenheads bottlings and other people of our distilleries, and he showed me this bottle from '82. He's like, this is a 1982 peated Glencadam. I was like, what? And this is when I was a brand ambassador, so I just had to kind of, I was going along with it because I was like, I'm pretty sure we never did peating in the 80s, but tasted this dram, I was like, oh, sure enough, it's peated. So I went back home and was looking at our archives and stuff, and it definitely wasn't one of ours. So it was an indie spirit that ended up the Cadenheads that had obviously been filled into a peated cask, I guess. But so he was like, oh yeah, this is when Glencadam used peat, and I was like, I'm pretty sure we didn't. And then tasting it, I was like, I can't argue with that. It's definitely peated. That's the only explanation I can have because we didn't do it. So you see some cool alterations of your whiskies, and some of them are kind of as you expect with indies, and they can be kind of they taste as you expect them to be, and then you get these weird ones. But that's the only time I've tried a peated Glencadam that wasn't peated. But yeah.
How did it taste?
Funky. It wasn't my favorite, but it was definitely interesting. I think it was one of those drams that I appreciated trying. It was kind of like a miso soup. It had like a kind of it had umami and texture, but not really a dram I would go for a second one of. Apart from say to people, try this. It's peated Glencadam. But so indies are cool for that. I'm sure you testified to that as well, Iain. I think it's always interesting to see alterations or versions of your spirit in different forms. So I always like to see them and try them. But
that's right. And I guess if it wasn't for a lot of these indie bottlers, at a certain stage in Glen Scotia's life span, then there would be iterations at any bottling. So it's some of them are really, really good. As I say, you used to get quite a lot of them at a certain period of time, but it's obviously something that's pretty much disappeared now. It's quite
that's a conscious decision by you guys to say we're not going to sell to indies. Between both of you.
I mean, for us, it wasn't really, you want to say no, we're not selling to indies. It was just, it was.
You stop yourself.
It's the business model you've got, so obviously you're looking to use the stock in the most efficient way for the business. It benefits the business because when you consider Glen Scotia at that period of time where it was obviously a lot of that stock was going to independent bottlers, then the business model wasn't the best. It wasn't really geared up for the distillery per se. So that's the stage it was at. It was pretty much just a lack of interest. So there would be a certain amount that would make its way to.
And does that go because obviously Gordon MacPhail have a completely different model where they send you the casks and you fill the casks for them. Does that still kind of come under that same kind of business plan rather than sell them casks? You can't, if you don't want to answer.
To me, Mike.
So to either of you, because we've recently seen probably older. I think a 29-year-old but Gordon MacPhail are pretty unique in that sense that they have their own cask management system and they buy spirit rather than casks.
Aye. I mean, I can't actually, they could well be doing that, but it's not something that I would say I'm aware of.
It's maybe not a more a modern.
It's not more recent.
It would have been a historical kind of situation, and a lot of stock that's in the way. I've not had a chance to go down yet. I'm looking forward to that kind of training day. But a lot of the stock is a lot of older stock as well. So
that's what I was thinking because the last couple have been pretty old stuff.
The last Glencadam was a
2006 Glencadam was the last Glencadam.
Yeah, so I think earlier days, it was I see you trade in the spirit rather than the age stock. But at the moment, I say so because demand for both of our brands is very high. Plus, we have recent trade agreements for our blends because our whiskies go into other blends and vice versa. We just don't have the cash to sell on top of that. So like I said, you'll find us on the secondary market, but not direct from us, just because we have a designation or use for everything at the moment. And again, I think, don't get me wrong, I think indies play a fantastic part. I'm actually really trying to get David Sturrock's book. I've not got it yet. I've got lots of other whiskey.
It's outstanding.
Yeah. But I mean, and again, as a whiskey buff that kind of fell into the dark side and kind of made it into a job, I think that it's something that's very fascinating, and they did kind of raise the profile of lots of distilleries. Glencadam being a good example of that too, like the people wouldn't have seen otherwise, because they went into blends and they had their own kind of reputations within the industry, but not as a brand. But yeah, like I said, at the moment, it's just demand and supply. I think that's the thing. They've allowed brands like Glen Scotia and Glencadam and a kind of pedestal or a profile to then be able to release their product as well, to a degree, I suppose. So yeah, they definitely have a very important place.
Yeah. I mean, the Scottish Malt Whisky Society, they certainly, they've got quite a good relationship with the Loch Lomond Group, so they obviously, and they've got some really quite good, releases too. So, but yeah, it's, as Iain said, it's obviously, it's pretty much everyone's in the same boat now. You're really looking just to.
I guess the difficulty is there's so many indie companies actually continuing to emerge, and ultimately there's not going to be enough liquid for everybody. Hence the reason why a lot of indies like Adelphi, building distilleries, and even Gordon MacPhail, as huge as they are, building distilleries, because you've got that need to continue to get liquid in.
Yeah, control supply. I mean, so Angus Dundee kind of came out of that, really. So they're owned by Terry Hillman, who's kind of, he started and wanted to control his own element of, okay, you can't, but if you're a blending company, you can't own every single ingredient in your blend unless you're Diageo or kind of one of the massive companies. But his point of getting into Tollintown and then buying Glencadam was to have an element of control and have an ingredient to sell to create your own blends, but also to have a constant supply of liquid. And you're right, I think that's why now you're seeing smaller is the wrong term, it's not derogatory, but kind of smaller indies are now investing into distilleries and that sort of thing. They're kind of going into that site, I suppose, as well as that there's not as many aged distilleries available. So again, in 2000 people were able to purchase distilleries, whereas now it's the money is crazy. It's not as easy to get into buying an established distillery, so people are starting their new ones, and it's an exciting time as well. If we can keep our head above the water as an industry, I think that it'll be really cool to see when all these guys have proper aged stock as well. Not that the young ones aren't, there's nothing wrong with younger whiskey, but it'll be interesting when everyone's got kind of casts of a significant kind of portfolio of ages and styles. Get that far beyond.
Yeah, that's interesting. And back to Scotia, Iain. I was thinking how we could differentiate. I was going to say, let's call you Glen because you're a Glen, but then both of you are Glen as well. But, so guys like Victoriana and that are non-age statement, has that seen a wee renaissance off of the back of guys like Arna Merkin, Lochley, these guys who are producing non-age statements that are becoming a little bit more acceptable to the industry? Have you seen, and Iain is Forteath as well with that Origin? Have you seen that kind of pick up? Are people now more aware and more intrigued by that and saying, well, actually, just because it doesn't have an age on it doesn't mean that it's good.
I think people are, it's a process evolution, obviously, absolutely. You get a certain percentage who are still hung up in the age of something, and that's
it's always going to happen, isn't it?
It's just, I think as your whiskey journey, the further it takes you along, then you realise, obviously, it's a lot more than just an age. It's how that product was originally made. It's how you make that new make spirit. That's really what it's all about. So don't worry about the age too much. It's how you make it, how you treat it, and everything that comes after that is really the important factor. So the fact that, as you say, Victoriana is not getting age on it, but in fact, it's actually there's a lot of the stock in it is actually quite old and older than you would expect. So, but again, it gives you the leeway to obviously, do what you want with that, and try and match that to the stock that you've got. So the stock that we've got, got to use wisely and make sure that every batch, every iteration of that is exactly like the last one. So it's and it helps. It does help for sure.
Yeah. I think it's getting people to get confidence in it as well. I think when the NAS thing kind of surfaced as a bit more mainstream for bigger companies, I think the first perception is people thought they were getting cheated out of something. And don't get me wrong, I mean, we maintain age statements as well, and I think we've been quite cautious with bringing out non-age statement whiskies. It's now getting a bit more traction, and the idea is not to replace our age stuff with non-age, but it's to have a bit of both. And like you're saying for Victoriana and like Tomintoul Cigar Malt is our kind of version of that. That actually the whiskies in there are pretty substantial in terms of age and flavor structure as well. And I think that the problem with the NAS and the thing that people are somewhat scared of is the fact that you can't try it. So I think once you've tasted the liquid, it's a totally different ballgame. And if you can try an NAS product and go, do you know what, that old adage of the proof being in the pudding is really important. I think the problem is people have this, again, it's transitioning slowly over time, but that kind of perception of, well, age is quality to a degree. So if you can't taste the bottle, if you're just looking at it on a shelf, then you're like, well, at least if I buy someone a 12-year-old or a 16-year-old or whatever it may be, then it kind of has that little bit more prestige element to it. Whereas if you've tasted it and go, do you know what, that's amazing, totally different story, because you can say to somebody, oh, I've tried this product and I picked it for you because it tastes great, not because it's old. It's getting that balance and people having confidence that you're not just putting 3-year-old into bottles and kind of trying to market it nicely. But
5 years old.
Yeah.
It's important.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing about working in a shop and the difficulty about selling to non-whiskey drinkers and almost sort of died in the wool or head buried in the sand kind of whiskey drinkers. People are buying a present is they're worried that if they don't buy a certain brand from Speyside that's 12-year-old whatever, that it's not going to meet the brief. And you're thinking, I can actually get you a far better whiskey that's a little bit older, that's from an independent bottler, that's got far more taste. You're getting more buck. No, but they'll not know what that is. They need this name, and that's where the kind of difficulty with that comes in.
And prestige is I mean, it's an inbuilt part of kind of without sounding too political, of capitalist society. It's part of it's kind of part of what we do. It's like if you look at 2 Parmesan cheeses on a shelf and you can buy a 36 age Parmesan or a 24-month age, and the difference is 30p, you're going to buy the 36, even if you don't know why. Sounds good. And that's an inbuilt instinct into everybody. If you're like, well, I can get a 36-month-old, and you're like, well, what difference will it make to the taste? I don't really know, but it's only 30p more for the older one, so I'll buy the older one. Whiskey's kind of the same base, and I think that's where NAS struggles sometimes. You're like, well, I could buy a 15-year-old for the price of that Tomintoul Cigar Malt, so why would I buy the one that doesn't have an age on it? And like you say, different things. If you have someone at the stand of the Parmesan shelf peeling bits off and letting you taste it, you might change your mind. I don't know why I'm going down a Parmesan rabbit hole, but right. Being a case in point, and we're all guilty of it. I think that's the thing. And indies are the same. I think that kind of packaging and prestige carries a lot of weight in whiskey as well. And like you say, if you can buy a bottle from the distillery, even if it's not anywhere near as tasty as the one you're seeing beside it in a less glamorous package or in a slightly different branding, then people will still shop with their eyes to a degree, unless you can stick it in front of them, of course.
I guess we have that issue with a couple of brands, and we try and steer away from supermarket mainstream. Certainly the cheaper ones, but there's one that we used to sell quite a lot of, Glenmorangie, and they've got their classic range. And some supermarkets sell it £16.99, £17. It's incredible value for money. But then we get a single cask from an indie bottler that is maybe 15 years old in a sherry cask, and we're like, well, it's £80 for that. And they look at it and think, what I could get in the supermarket, that brand for 60 quid. So there's that difficulty as well. It's like, how do you bring that customer into that ballpark? So, somebody comes looking for what about something special?
It's difficult, isn't it? And it's and again, it's just the business model. So obviously you've got to sell whiskey, but it is quite difficult. As I say, we see it here. Well, we see it here. Even with a double cask, for example. Because you can get that locally, and in fairness, it was always seen as a positive that because getting Glen Scotia and Campbelltown, you just couldn't get it. it just wasn't available. So the fact that you can get it in outlets like that is a positive, and it's with the single casks and whatever we've got in the shop, it seems to balance itself out. So it is a hard one though, but I think education, just explaining everything, and just been
absolutely. Dave Ferguson just popped that comment on his YouTube for those watching on YouTube. He says, I think there's a lot to say for whiskey tastings.
Yeah,
and that is absolutely. And then I think COVID had a big.
That's literally the best gift you could buy anybody. If you're thinking, right, my dad, my granddad, my mum, my granny, whatever, they love whiskey, but I don't know what to get them. They always drink this. I want to get them something different. Buy them a whiskey tasting. That's the best thing you could actually do, because they'll have a great night. They'll try stuff they've never tried before, and they'll discover new stuff. And that is totally the best thing you could actually buy for them.
And even if they only like one of them.
They've discovered something different.
Price to one.
Well, I'm sure Iain would agree with that. So the reason I love doing tastings is because you find the drams that people like, and no distillery wants to be that dusty bottle. I always make that joke when I'm doing tastings. I mean, everyone's got the one that they picked up on a punt. It was on offer probably, and you're like, oh, I'll give it a try, and then you take it home and you're like, oh. And then every time someone comes over, like your in-laws are, try this, it's great, you'll love it, you absolutely love this.
Never mind the dust. I'll just
it's dusty because it's good. But
after 10 years, you end up cleaning the bloody toilet with it.
But no distillery wants to do that also. And I think the tastings are great for that though, because actually it means that I would rather someone says, do you know what, that one's not really for me, than they buy it and then take it home and think, oh god, everything they do is rubbish, because it's not the case. You find your own taste and you find your own styles, but the joy of tasting is you get to try that without having to commit to buying a full bottle. And again.
You guys do so much good in terms of just bourbon, and that's one of the reasons why I love both distilleries. Is the bourbon led, which I really love. The amount of people that come on a tasting, and I don't know if you're the same, Mike, that will put on a lineup, and I always start with a kind of bourbon, and then you kind of work your way into different kind of flavors. Finish with a peat if you think they're okay with that. The amount of people that say, I had no idea I would have liked this. What is this? I said, that's just a American oak. It's just an ex-bourbon cask. Well, this is amazing. I always thought I should drink the darker stuff, and it's incredible how many people go away thinking this is a completely different thing. And I say, right, so what if the next time you go into a whiskey shop, you say, what have you got that's an ex-bourbon cask? And that's the kind of, because that's what you're looking for.
Keep it simple, just keep it simple.
Yeah,
but nobody ever comes and says, "Oh, I need to now look for sherry," because they've already had all that.
Yeah,
it's the bourbon's the one that's always the eye opener. It's like, wow. Never realised.
There's no hiding place for spirit in a bourbon cask. It's right to help people. You can mask things, and not that people will deliberately try and mask things in sherry and port and rum and all that, but you want to know a distillery character. You want to know what a distillery tastes like.
Yeah.
Bourbon or refill bourbon. Yeah.
Even if it's to find out that it tastes better in a sherry cask. And there are certain distilleries that do that as well. But yeah, you're right. The way to taste the DNA of a spirit is to try it in relatively not super active American oak, because it's a really good way for slow development of spirit character. And okay, you'll get notes from American oak that'll kind of cushion it, and they kind of become part of it. But like I said, even if it's discovered that distillery style is actually better and something chunkier, bourbon is the best way to find that out. Whereas you can stick any whiskey into a sherry. One of the reasons we don't put Glencadam into sherry primarily, we use it for finishes, don't get me wrong, and we got some great ones, but if you put Glencadam into a Oloroso or a PX from day dot, you lose all that fruit and that brightness that makes that kind of distillery style. And don't get me wrong, it still tastes nice. It's a lovely dram at the end of the day, but it's not really about the house style. It's just showing off the cask type rather than the spirit.
Totally finished.
That's it. It's just finding out what works, isn't it? That's it. It's and that's the trick. Once you do actually find that, then it's you know who you are. It's a good benchmark to obviously go off of. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Case in point, Iain, is that your best single malt in the world was a bourbon cask.
Nice.
Sorry.
No, you're right though.
But yeah.
I didn't know it was a bourbon cask. That's why I said nice.
Was it first of all bourbon cask? Was it?
It was first. So 2008, I started with a lot of first fill bourbon. So and that was mainly because obviously there was a lot of refill. There was a lot of refill casks. There was some first fill for sure, but there was a mixture really. Refill American oak. So it needed that first fill bourbon. So it was quite a period of first fill bourbon. So that period was quite interesting actually for the first 5 years really. Quite interesting. And then it was a mixture. It's a mixture. Well, it still is to the present day. First some refill, some different char levels and etc. Bits and pieces. It's kind of mainstream if you like. And then obviously there's everything else that runs alongside that. So. But sorry.
I was going to say, do you guys have a preference on looking for something in terms of a finish? So you have an idea of a finish. Would you opt for a first fill or a refill to put into that cask to finish?
See, I mean, obviously with Glen Scotia, there's a lot to consider because it's, the history's got a huge bearing on the distillery. It's where it is, type of casks that potentially would have been available here. As I say, if you wanted to use sherry, then sherry was obviously readily available in Campbelltown. That the latter half of the 19th century, they understood the benefit of sherry casks. They knew that if you had this new distillate, that it would be conducive to putting it into this type of cask. So all this really ties in everything we do. So you're obviously looking for something different. The festival edition this year is going to be something different again. So it's really just getting the balance right. As Iain quite rightly mentioned, you obviously want something that works with the spirit and doesn't dominate and doesn't cover it. So it's getting everything like that to work. And I mean, a lot of them, I think are really good. I love the Tonys and the Ruby Ports. I think they really, really work well. From a Campbelltown, Glen Scotia point of view. But I always go back to the bourbons. Bourbons is where it all happened. That started for me.
Russell has just gone to the toilet. Don't worry, he hasn't left. I was worried that we'd actually got too serious and we were talking about whiskey for too long.
It's getting boring now. I can't be bothered.
Right. But there's a few questions I want to go back to that actually were directed at him. So we'll wait until we go back. But one question, I think it was from Willis Peel for both of you. What's the oldest whiskey? And it's probably one that you get asked quite often on tours and whatnot. What's the oldest whiskeys you've got in your warehouse at the moment?
Iain, on you go.
So from Tom and Towie, the oldest we have now is 1966. So we had one cask from 1965, which was our first year of distillation, which is quite cool. But that was bottled last year. Sold for the price of a small car. It was stunning, really beautiful stuff. We were fortunate to have a few whiskies from 66. So there's a few different ones. There's actually some sherry and some bourbon, all refills of that era, but hoggies. So we got some 66s from Tom and Towie. It's quite cool. Glen Cadam's oldest cask is from 78. It's actually a Bell's cask. Don't worry, it's not Bell's. No offense. But no, it's a sherry. But Bell's is a wonderful drink. But yeah, so Glen Cadam's is 78. And then we've got some grains back. I think it's 62 is maybe the oldest one. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head off the system, but we've got some old grains and a couple of other spirits from the 60s and early 70s as well.
Wow. Well, Glen Scotia, I mean, the oldest they've got, and they're not actually here at the moment, is 70, so that'll be 73, 74, so that's Glen Scotia's.
And that's 50-year-old, 50-year-old,
Yes, aye, it's coming on. Yeah, absolutely. This year. So yeah, it probably
Plan
be
for it that you can tell.
well, yeah, there is, and so yeah, absolutely.
I actually think I heard Callum Renton just splaffing his pants there.
It'll be
It's a bit of that's a bit of lingo for you there as well. Splash.
Don't know.
I'm the Victoriana. I've taken the opportunity to pick up my bottle while I was having a wee refreshment stop.
Absolutely.
So I've not got much left in there. I can't share that with anybody. I think it's maybe just
that's for personal use only.
This was where I completely fell in love with Glen Scotia on that tasting we did, and it was that gingerbread, just the gingerbread in the glass.
It's like sticky.
Incredible for me.
Very good gingerbread, the good stuff. The stuff from,
gingerbread and butter, just wonderful. Yeah.
I must be so. Yeah, Gary is responsible for my love of Glen Scotia.
Gary Drams, yeah.
So he stuck it in front of me first for the Victoriana. I tried. I ended up touring there and going to Bear Spits as well. But Victoriana's right down my street as well. Don't get me wrong. I think Glen Scotia Spirit's really cool. It was cool even in the neon packaging days. It was one of those. That's a good example when we're talking about shopping with your eyes, though, because some of them were actually really good. And it was just getting a chance to try them. I think that you've done wonders with what's coming out of it now. And like I said, these this is the PX. So this is my second bottle of the PX8 that you did. The Amontillado 12 was it as well? I've got that next door.
Yes, I.
That is a banging dram.
Yeah, that's got all the kind of yeasty salted bread greatness that I really like about it. It's good fun.
Well, that's it. You want you want everything that kind of conveys it, and it's what we're talking about. As I say, it just conveys that distillery style. So I mean, we try to. For us, it's obviously trying to get something we can sell in the shop to something different. If you do come to the distillery, then it really is. It's challenging. That's the best way of describing it. So.
I think you always want to make sure that your history and heritage is there, but you also want to create good flavor as well. I think it's always that balance, isn't it?
Absolutely.
We always find. I think every kind of distillery company that has a couple of distilleries has their kind of experimental distillery and then their kind of heritage one. And Glencadam bourbon works perfectly. We don't actually have to do very much with it, to be honest. We fill a huge amount into first fill, but it's a pretty kind of old school Highland style that we're trying to kind of relatively unadulterate, I guess. Whereas Tomintoul is really malleable. You can do a lot with Tomintoul spirit. So that's kind of our one that we take more risks with and we try out more things. Again, predominantly bourbon fill them initially, but with finishes and things, we kind of push it a little bit further with Tomintoul because you can do a bit more with the spirit. Yeah. You don't really want to kind of overpower it. There's not enough of it.
You see, I'd have a huge problem. People always say to you, "What's your favourite child?" And you're not allowed to answer. You're not allowed to answer that question because
I can.
Ordinarily, you're not allowed to answer that question. But if I worked for Angus Dundee, I would have to say my favourite child was Glencadam. I mean, even though Tomintoul's a wonderful spirit, but I just love Glencadam with an absolute passion, as I do Glen Scotia. People always say, and that's the question. The question you always get asked, and you guys are asked the same. What's your favourite whiskey? Because people want to know that, and it's impossible to say what your favourite. Because how can you choose one? You can't.
Yeah.
I can only ever choose a handful of distilleries that I will drink anything from. And Glencadam and Glen Scotia are definitely the first two I always mention. Then things like Glenallachie will come in, Glendronach will come in, stuff like that. But everything that happens in Glencadam and Glen Scotia is phenomenal. And you're right. For me, it's Glencadam's all about the bourbon. My favourite finish was the Oloroso, as you know.
Yeah.
The 19, which was nothing like any other Oloroso. It's not like a sherry bomb. It's completely not a sherry bomb. It's just an antique, musty, old antique shop that's just beautifully, old leather, sort of an old leather jacket that you've been smoking cigars in for years. Just a lovely, lovely old smell about it and old flavour about it. It's just phenomenal.
Did you have you finished off that bottle, the 19?
Unfortunately, yes, I did. Yeah. I tried not to. I kind of sipped my way down.
Just yesterday.
It's Iain, if you fancy, I do have a tiny bit left of mine. It's a 13-year bourbon, 6 years in Oloroso, but it's not a sherry bomb at all. It's all about the kind of Oloroso characteristics. It's good fun, but I'm sure I could share a dram with you to let you try it. It's good fun, but
you have
more
to
I
try
was involved with anything to do with planning, actually.
That sounds good.
Some would say it's gone downhill since they've hired a new blender.
It's one of these Oloroso bottles you buy. You like an Oloroso, you think you like sherry, whatever. Glencadam Oloroso, I'm going to love that. And you buy it, you open it, you go, oh, that's not sherry.
There might be another older Oloroso Glencadam coming out this year, Russell.
Fantastic.
It's weird, but you look at you ask people about sherry cask, and you say, "Oh, you like a sherry cask? Try this," and you'll present them with that, or you'll go for maybe Dramore. Kenny had a great Palo Cortado Tullibardine, and people look at it, that's not sherry.
Yeah,
but they're just sometimes they're so transfixed with PX and Oloroso. You throw that Amontillado 12-year-old double cask. The Glen Scotia on, and you get it's like making sure it's sherry, but sherry has to do something.
It does
whiskey, not be the whiskey, and it's
no, you're totally right.
It's one of my biggest bugbears is whenever guys release or they show photos on Facebook or they're like, look at the color of that and look at this and all that.
That's the funny thing with the Glencadam, because I would always, if anybody's ever said to me I love a bourbon finish, I would say, well, you've got to try Glencadam, you have to try Glencadam. So to see one with Oloroso, you would think, what's that about? But actually, it's completely different to any other Oloroso finish you'll ever have. It's just if you love a proper sherry bomb, you're not going to like it. You think, but it's actually so much better.
Yeah, it's kind of old school sherry rather than what the industry expects. I think that's the thing. I literally remember showing that whiskey to people that were like, "Oh, I love Olorosos," and they're like, "Oh, it's not very expressive." I'm like, "Actually, it's really expressive. It's just not wet." Yeah. But it's kind of one of those things that it's not super juicy and really sherried. It's all about the wood, and this is European oak. The old casks are not seasoned and all this kind of stuff. Like there's a salinity to it and that kind of element that that's what old sherry was. And again, I think the industry transitions, and obviously we work with what's available now. We get a huge amount of first fill bourbon these days, which we wouldn't have got at the same portions back in the day. With American oak was used a lot, but we're turning them into hoggies and these kind of things. And I think there's that.
If we talk about analogies, you've got your likes of Victoriana, you've got your likes of the Oloroso Glencadam. It's the 19. It's a bottle you want to hug.
Yeah,
that's how you feel about it. You just want it and just kind of, and that's the feeling it gives you,
nice and cozy. And again, I mean, so agree with that. I think that's the thing, that the negative to having a total star in your group in terms of so Glen Scotia and Glencadam get more attention than I'd say probably Loch Lomond and Tomintoul do from the whiskey geek community. Although obviously we probably sell more Tomintoul and Glencadam, Tomintoul and Loch Lomond than we do Glen Scotia or Glencadam. It's always that having that balance and making sure that the bigger distillery can still make sure that things are exciting, and it's getting people to see both. It's sometimes sometimes the one distracts from the other, which is obviously our job is to try and balance them back in again. But
exactly.
I just I don't know if you guys can see the comments, but I think there's been a whole new concept of fortune telling here. This been announced by Dave Fagerson. They don't just read their last shit.
All right.
Did I miss that conversation when I was?
I just want to know what he saw in it.
The sweet corn tells me that you're going to have much fortune this weekend. Oh dear, that's terrible. Maybe he's saying just read my last shit. And
he just read it. He just like, fuck, the future's not good for me. I dare say, David, I'm taking a wee bit of Willie out of you there. He actually did post, as a big whiskey drinker, are not my.
That is not good.
So what he is doing is reading his own shit. That makes far more sense.
No, it's his last one. That's big with me. Oh,
you bother. No,
You bother are not on my whiskey reader, so we need more from you guys in the shops for tastings.
I think
what he's trying to say is that you guys are not his usual purchase, but listening to us today is he's making him interested and he wants to learn. So let's get you guys into the shop.
There's a very famous adage in the whiskey industry that if it's made by anyone called Iain, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Heard that.
I've given Glenn Murray a nice little plug there as well.
Rick Johnson's watching from California, and Rick was on our last day of Whiskey Academy. Rick's a wonderful guy. It's only 2:00 in California. He's ready for another 8 hours. So,
yeah.
I don't even. Have you actually poured a dram yet, Rick? What are you drinking? So yeah. 8 hours. I don't know. What can we do? That'll be 6 a.m. Yeah, we can do that. Can we? That's
I'm on 2:45, so I'm good, and I'm not driving, which is even better.
I think Kat's messages are funny. She's saying that she's missing all the Drams chat now. Now that we've stopped talking about hedges and telegraph poles.
When Russell went for his little break, I was like, "Have we got too serious now?" Because we did all the normally.
I did say no.
Normally we did the whiskey talk first and then get banter. We did all the banter first and then we started talking whiskey. I'm like, what? I don't know what people are expecting from this, and I think that's probably what's making it even more funny.
Why did you say that so passively aggressively? I was going to say, I don't know what people are expecting from this. What do you expect from us? Learn something. Yeah, why would you do that on Friday? Yeah.
What are you expecting from us, for Christ's sake?
I know.
Just leaving, for God's sake. Come some slack.
Fed up talking about whiskey.
Yeah, no. It's what it is, okay? Right?
We need more polls in our life.
Absolutely.
Telegraph polls. Telegraph.
Yeah. Just well you put that in there.
before we get all Russell, there was one question, and I'm not going to scroll up because I can't remember who asked it. But it was, what has been your favourite whiskey that you tried under your time in IWS, in Inverurie Whisky Shop? Doesn't have to be a shop exclusive, but
no, I saw that. And
actually, no, it fucking does. It does have to be.
I was going to say it does have to be that.
It's going to be that bloody PX, isn't it? It's going to be that Randall Castilla PX Sherry is going to be your favourite dram for the.
It's clearly not. I mean, there was one other kind of small contender, I suppose, in that we had one whiskey, we had one exclusive that we had in the shop, which sold really, really well, 700 odd bottles. But it was one of these ones when we got the samples to try. I'm not going to name a distillery; people can work it out for themselves. But the 4 samples were the first one was okay, the second one was okay, the third one was actually rank. And I remember saying to Mike, "Is this the kind of thing that happens when you sample and stuff?" Because I was expecting these 4 samples to be amazing. And he's like, "Is it that bad?" I said, "I've poured it in the fucking sink. It's fucking disgusting." And I remember getting the emoji back with a shocked face. And I was like, I thought we'd get 4 samples that were really good. First 2 were okay. This was rubbish. And then, of course, I tried the 4th one, and it was like, oh my God, okay, here we go. This is rock and roll. This is amazing. And that was the one that we took from that particular place. And it was astounding, astonishing, stupid price, £95, 60%, ridiculous stuff. Absolutely unbelievable whiskey. Incredible. 715 bottles. We sold it in quick, sharp. Literally, I would remember selling 20, 30 bottles a day in the shop. Just literally saying to people, "This, buy this." And I sold the very, very, very last bottle on the basis of a lassie who said, "What's that?" And I said, "Oh, I really don't want to sell you that." She goes, "Well, I'll buy it." Because it was the last one and I didn't want to see it go. However, it's very much second place to the best one we've had in the shop, which is the Glencairn that we chose. 2 brilliant samples from Iain that I could only separate by 1 point, and astonishing stuff. Just
in an unbiased way, because we didn't get to bottle it for us. That dram is stupendous.
Just absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, first fill all the way. Yeah, 15-year-old. Yeah, it's great. It's like Wall's vanilla ice cream on steroids.
Just incredible nougat, just all sorts of wonderful sweet shop flavors in there as well.
Milkshake.
So, I remember when me and Russell did the scores for it, so we kind of rated it, and the other cask came first for Russell by a point, and then I was like, right, let's do it in reverse. So the samples we did it in reverse, so it's like we'll try in a different order so that we know that it's not just the influence kind of thing. And Russell, again, it was kind of like, and I'm like, well, I like the other one better. It was like, Russell liked that one. I was like, I like the other one. I was like, I'm going to prove rank here a little bit. And it says, but Russell, you can do the tasting notes. So there we go. That was very compromise.
That was a compromise. But I mean, you literally couldn't separate them. I remember I was sitting outside. It was an old house at Steading at Inch, which was a complete sun top outside. It was a really, really hot day, which I love Glencairn on a hot day. It's just a brilliant summer dram. And I was sitting outside sipping them away, writing my notes. And there were big samples as well, fairly big samples. I was pretty pissed by the time I'd actually finished it. But I had a list, and it was literally 1 point. So yeah, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. So to answer your question, I think it was Jamie. That's my Inverurie Whisky Shop highlight. Other drams, the only other one that would come close to being a highlight in terms of working for the shop, we had an academy trip to Glenglassaugh in September, and the wonderful Stuart Buchanan took us round. Brilliant trip. If you've never been to, you need to come up to Glenglassaugh, Iain. It's the ugliest, beautifulest distillery in the world. It's a hideous looking building, but it's just beautiful in its starkness. It's a wonderful place. The spirit is great. But he took us into the one of the little huts that they've kind of one of the houses that they've kind of changed into kind of sort of meeting, stroke tasting, stroke sitting room. And he poured 3 drams that he, I think, counted up to about 150 years of whiskey.
Wow!
With the 3 drams, and the distillery manager, a refill hogshead, 42-year-old Bert Forsyth, distillery manager's choice. I can't even describe. I can't put any words to describe how good it was. It was just fucking good.
Willis, who is watching tonight.
Yeah,
he might not be. He just mentioned a couple of minutes ago he's going to have to. Oh, he's drinking water for now. He actually put his glass down and he says, "I don't want to drink another whiskey for the rest of my life." On that particular time, I was like, "Wow,
yeah,
so good." And then I had to endure Russell, because Russell was driving at the time. Pour his glass. With shaky hands and there's this stuff running down the side. I'm like, what are you doing?
Look at the floor. Yeah.
Did I spill any?
Yeah.
Rick, out your clothes.
But what Rick knows is you guys got older whiskey and they're tour.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I'm sure you agree with me on this. I think that we spend a lot of time talking about how the oldest isn't always the best, but occasionally you get some really old stuff that's just stupid. And I think that the ones, and from the sound of it, when you're saying about the cast type for that dram as well, it's the ones that aren't big, kind of in your face wood types. Tends to be refill, but the ones that the wood hasn't overtaken, the spirits just had a really slow, kind of meandering development over time, and it's when you get these things in the 30s and 40s that smell like fresh fruits and peaches and guts. It's really hard to replicate that to beat that as a flavor profile as well. I think that, don't get me wrong, some of them are like chewing into a table, but and that's that again. Some of the oldest whiskey I've tried, which wasn't one of ours, but I was lucky to try a really old malt from another distillery. And actually, as cool as it was to try for heritage, it was actually quite unpleasant. It was just like, so tannic and so bitter and so chewy.
You can't replicate time.
No,
you have great casks and you can have different casks and you can but you can't replicate well mature. And that's what age has over anything.
Yeah, if it's done right, it's very, very hard to beat. And I think so. Two great examples from both of our distilling groups, I guess, is so Glencadam 25 and Glen Scotia 25. Neither of those drams are super heavyweight, but they're just really well put together. And not even due to us; it's due to the whiskey doing its thing. But whereas I'd say you can get older whiskies that are more powerful or younger whiskies more powerful. But actually, I like the delicate element to it. If it's uncomplicated and the spirit's just left in good wood. It's a flavor that's hard to beat. And when you're saying about that, like Glenglassaugh, I can totally understand. I've tried some really great stuff from them, to be fair. I remember when they had the whole resurgence and they brought out the kind of funny decanter bottles and all sorts of things, and when they had the evolution and that kind of thing. Some of their old spirits are knockout. But I've never been to the distillery though. But I've heard it's one of these.
The young stuff's okay. I mean, the Torfa was one of these drams that actually I was really disappointed. I used to take my kids. So just to explain what Glenglassaugh is, Campbellton, Iain. There's a beach called Sandend or Sanine Beach, and it's a beautiful beach. It's surfers, swimmers, anybody loves it because it's just flat all the way out. It's apparently a really good fishery as well. So a lot of guys go up there and fish for sea bass and a lot of good kind of flatfish and stuff like that. But there's a campsite there, and I took my kids there about 25 years ago. And it was just the most wonderful place to play and have fun with kids when they're young. It was just brilliant. So I fell in love with the whole area long before I understood the whiskey. So I wanted to. As time went on, I thought I need to try this Glenglassaugh. I realised there was a distillery there, and a friend of mine had a bottle of the Torfa, which is their peated version. I didn't understand that at the time, and I tried it. I thought this is absolutely disgusting. This is awful, and I was so disappointed because I wanted to fall in love with this whiskey because I loved the campsite, I loved the place, I loved the whole memories and everything.
Yeah.
But anyway, as years went on, I later on discovered the Revival. Before I worked in the shop, I bought a bottle of Revival and a bottle of Evolution for my brother-in-law for me and him to share. And I thought, oh, this stuff's pretty good, actually. I really like this, and I really enjoyed it. Filled my hip flask, took it down to Murrayfield. Wonderful experience of drinking this great whiskey in Murrayfield, watching Scotland's Golden Tries. And it wasn't until about 3 or 4 months ago, the Torfa was in the shop, and I thought, I need to try that again. I really need to try that again. And I bought a bottle because it's so easy, it's so accessible, it's really, really well priced. Took it home, poured it, and it's a proper punch in the chest peated whiskey. I looked at the back of the bottle, it says richly peated. I thought, it's like fucking smoking a cigarette. But actually, by this stage in my whiskey journey and my palate and everything, really, really enjoyed it. But it's rough, it's ready, it's it gives you a proper smack. But it's a wonderful spirit, and the peated version is just, I think, mental. And I can understand why people don't like it. I can understand now why I really didn't like it back in the day. But now, ready to kind of take on that spirit because it's a crazy spirit. Stuart Buchanan talks about the three, because they've got Benriach, they've got Glendronach, and they've got Glenglassaugh. And Stuart always talks about, he does this kind of bum kind of version of how he explains the three. And with Benriach being light and fruity, he describes Benriach as being a bum. And with Glendronach being meaty and cherry and rich, he goes bum. And that's how he describes Glendronach. And he describes Glenglassaugh as and that's exactly what it is. It's just that kind of, what are we doing here? I don't know, but it's fucking great. Hold on, just fucking hold on. This is all right. And that's the kind of spirit it is. It's just brilliant. It takes you on a ride, no idea where you're going. You've just got to fucking buckle up and go.
It's quite, you mentioned Glenglassaugh. I can mind just before I started at Glen Scotia, there was an interesting certain other buyers for the distillery, and as it turns out, the buyers that was going to buy Glen Scotia, that's actually the distillery they bought, was Glenglassaugh. So that would be, don't know when it would be, 2000.
Nobody's ever really wanted it. It's been one of these kind of, because it's out of the way. It's not on the tourist route. It's and it's survived by the skin of its teeth. It's been closed many more years than it's been open, but it's hanging on. It's hanging on, and
Yeah, at least it's still there. I was going to say that's.
I think it's pretty solid. It's pretty set that it's going to be there for a long time yet now.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I think so.
And there's plans there for it. I'm really excited about. So Russell, what I got from that and all that was that we really need to have a shop exclusive Glen Scotia.
Yes, we do. However, I'm nothing to do that anymore. I'm so disappointed I can't be part of that. But yeah, I will have a bottle, please. Thank you very much.
If only Kat was here to help me choose.
I'll happily be part of the regular customer selection.
Well, you have to be a regular customer first, though.
I am. Jesus Christ, have you seen my points?
You're moving away too, Russell, aren't you? You're moving up to so you're moving to Elgin.
Well, the idea is to move. We're looking to move kind of closer to basically just to work. You know, it's commutable just now. It's no longer a commute than it would have been to the shop in Inverurie. It's very, very similar. So, but we'd like to move up that way. We're kind of looking. You know, I don't know if Laura's still watching. My daughter, she was watching earlier on, but
this is the irony of it.
She was in Inverness, and I wanted to move closer to her, but her boyfriend got a job in Manchester, so so they've just moved down to. Well, I took them down. I took them down 2 days ago to their new flat in Manchester. So, but hey, you know they'll be back up to Scotland anyway. They want to come back up. But,
she's going to help choose the Glen Scotia exclusive. So
exactly. I was born in Inverness, so it seems that I've got to keep on going upstream. You know, back up the spawning grounds. You know,
do you just you're Salmon or David Hasselhoff? I'm getting confused. You know,
I'm Salmonoff.
Yeah, Salmonoff. Russell Salmonoff.
The Smirnoff. I thought that was vodka. Was it?
Oh no. Stop swearing, Michael. For goodness sake.
Dave was saying he's never been invited to do a tasting for a shop exclusive.
Who hasn't?
Dave. I don't. I mean, I understood what he said there. Instead of talking about your own. There you go.
Okay. Well, bear that in mind. Bear that in mind.
That's the boss's fault, Dave. Don't do me.
Well,
so
when's
the Gornament?
You don't get. If you ask, you don't get.
When's what?
So is the Gordon McPhail Glen Scotia coming out the week after you get there, or is that going to be?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, there's going to be a Glen Scotia and a Glencairn tasting. I'm going to be doing a vertical tasting of both. So.
I can feel the discomfort.
Yeah. Normally after a tasting with us, he's horizontal, so they won't let him get that. So he's doing vertical.
Wow. This tasting could go down. I mean, it is recorded, isn't it? This is where
we're still recording. We're
digging up the dirt for the last few years of it. Like,
why do you think I'm here?
Last Wednesday.
So I'm going to go to the loo. He can tell you all the dirt about me and everything he doesn't like about me.
But first I'm going to do, Russell, is take off my little logo from the top screen.
You need to take that off. That's
I think we've already broken the record. It was 3:15. We're now at 3:22.
Who held the record?
Stuart Dick.
Oh, nice.
Mossburn.
Yeah.
And that was quite deliberate. He was a point of, I am going to break this.
Who had the record before? Was it me? No.
It was one of you two. It was Connell and Graham.
Graham, yeah, that's good.
They almost cheated because they kind of tag teamed. We had Connell on. Connell was booked, but then he wasn't well, so Graham came in. Graham McKay came in. We did about an hour and a half with Graham, and then Connell was sitting watching at home. He was like, "You know what? Fuck this! I'm going to join." So he joined in, and we're like, "Oh, there's Connell." It was like, "Oh, so we're just going to have to do it all again." So we did it again. So
what you're saying is now that the Ians have combined, we're taking the record.
Oh, if we were to do like a Premier League point scoring system of overall minutes,
we're the top.
A high five, yeah.
You know, This is the worst collaboration.
It's when you realise that. Yeah. There we go. Yeah,
There we go. Oh, this has so much back catalogue footage in it. It's unreal.
There you go. I know that's the thing. You take him. Yeah.
If we add up the Iain minutes, we could just about get over that hedge.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
We talked about it, which seems like yesterday. It probably was yesterday. We talked.
If you've not seen it, Iain, honestly, it'll blow your mind. I've never.
He just admitted like an hour ago he drove past it.
I think I need to ask John.
Well, next time you have to really look at it when you're driving past it, because literally I was like, they're really tall, very straight trees, and it's not even a hedge. Anyway,
it looks quite. I think it looks, it looks strange, doesn't it? It's just the sheer height of it, So
people, I hope that some people come back to us and tell us how moved they've been by this hedge. I say my wife doesn't really get it. I'm just like, look at that hedge fund. Look at it. Yeah. Anyway,
we'll ask him at the same time we send out the letter. How disturbed were you by this video?
Yeah.
And how moved were you by this hedge?
Yeah. This will be the first and last Blether of the new guard. I know we've killed it off. We were just talking about Russell, how me and Iain have taken back the record for the longest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're all this is it. Well, I mean, obviously determined for me to leave with a record as well. So we're all in it together, guys.
Is that why you went to the toilet? Is it?
Yeah, just listen.
Drag it out.
Listen. Scotland on whatever night it was, complete shithousery. Okay, shithousery is the Scottish way these days. We're not going to win. We're not going to win anything unless we're shithouses, right? So we've got to learn how to waste time, how to fall about, how to be aggressive at the right time. Right, that's all. That's the Scottish way, and we're going to win the European Championship. It's going to be the biggest party that's ever happened in Scotland.
I'm glad that you came back from the bathroom and then started talking about shithousery.
Yeah.
Then you came back to football. Like, oh, thank God.
I wasn't quite sure what way we were going there with this.
I was like, oh no, we started up with sculptures again.
I just think it's fantastic that Scotland have got football players that are actually the biggest shithousers out there. It's fantastic. David Robertson's just brilliant. Anyway,
we've been so used to being like victims of that and getting really annoyed by the one time we actually next to. Amazing. Any Spaniards watching? Is there anyone from Spain watching tonight? I would love to hear from you. Absolutely love it.
Callum, that's never going to happen. Oh. I'm never going to tell you how much I love you.
I love you. I love you.
Have I not already said that, Callum? Have I not told you that in the East City? I mean, I must have told that.
You were sleeping at the time, though, Russell. There is one question from Iain, from Callum for Iain. He says Iain F, but I'm going to pose it to both of you. What is your favourite distillery other than your own?
Oh, that's a hard one.
That is a hard one.
Favourite distillery? It's kind of hard to say a favourite distillery. Maybe, obviously you try different whiskies, don't you? And you've got and that's fun, isn't it? It's good, it's educational, and it's everything else that goes with it. It's kind of hard to say a favourite distillery.
It's hard to sound like a politician, Iain.
I know. I'm trying to think, I kind of, it's. I mean, obviously, I've got a notion to go and see Glengarry for sure, but that's.
Do you mean favourite distillery?
Glengarry. No, Glengarry, I think.
Glengarry. Sorry, yes.
Glengarry.
Glengarry.
Do you mean favourite distillery as in distillery to visit, or as in like house style of whiskey, or like?
All right, come on.
Apparently, saying
define the question for goodness' sake. Yeah, come on.
A distillery without offence.
Without offence.
Without offence.
Let's perhaps rephrase the question on the person's behalf. if you had all the money in the world, which distillery that's currently in existence as an individual would you buy?
I think I've actually said this answer before. I think if I was pushed, although it depends. If I was thinking about it from a company hat, an Islay distillery would be great to have. Or
no company hat, no personal hat. You've won a personal function, you won the Euro Millions.
Yeah, I'd love to play around with Mortlach. I think their stuff's really cool.
Okay. Yeah, good answer.
I think I don't know if my draw to them is because it was one of my first whiskeys I really got into, or if it's because I like that kind of meaty style spirit. It's very different to anything that we do, which doesn't make it better. It just makes it very different to what I'm used to dealing with. But yeah, I've got a bit of an affinity for Mortlach, and I think that Indies do a really good job with it too. But yeah, that would probably be the one that sticks. Or I say Ardbeg would be fun, but yeah. But
it's funny because Mortlach's one of these ones that everybody wants to get. It's sometimes quite hard to get a bottle of Mortlach, but every now and again it just disappears off your radar. Yeah. You forget about it, and then you remember about it, and you're Mortlach, and then you forget about it.
Yeah, so Mortlach was always the kind of geeky dram for a while, which is not as much anymore because actually it's a little bit better known and they've put more of a brand out with it, for better or for worse. But I think that it's kind of ended up, it's not quite as in the know. I think Longmorn is kind of the new Mortlach. It's the kind of, or like those kind of guys. It's a little bit lesser known, and actually, people that know it love it. But yeah, those kind of guys, I think that falls in. But it depends. It's totally different. Yeah, elements. How about you, Iain? That'll be an interesting.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, absolutely. You know, it's. I think for me, it would need to be a Campbelltown. So, you know,
Glen Scotia, then, because you're not going to buy any other. What's the other place called again? Stew, Stum.
Yeah, by the time you think of it, it's gone.
Gone. It's
wrong.
Yeah. Was it on my tongue?
Let's take this a bit closer to home. I'll Mike, what would be all the money in the world, Mike? What's your one?
Oh, for me, I've said this many times. Ardmore.
Yeah,
I think it's beautiful. It's located perfect for me. I think what it produces is fantastic. Single cask, the indie bottling stuff. I think the supermarket stuff does it a complete injustice.
Yeah,
Ardmore's a fantastic spirit, and I think that I've said it many times. That's what money no object. Yoink, mine.
That's a pretty candid answer, I'd say. I think that's it's a bit left field, but I can't get what you mean with that. That's cool.
I'm going to let Mike answer my answer for me.
For you,
yeah.
Oh, I would imagine you'd be Glencadam.
Come on, we were discussing
Glenglasser.
Glenglasser, absolutely, without a shadow. Yeah.
I was going to say, it's very how many drams.
Without a shadow of Glencadam, it would be Glenglasser.
Yeah, Glenglasser. I mean, it's not up there with the best whiskies right now. I mean, I love it. It's one of these. It's like a football team you want to take hold of because there's so much potential, and you want to just make it as great as it could be.
Like Brecon City.
That's the distillery you want.
Maybe not Brecon City, but I admire your loyalty to the.
I can probably get Brecon City.
The shirt sponsorship.
Yeah.
Listen, I have actually once genuinely supported Brecon City for 90 minutes.
Good.
I have. That's true. The true story is as an Aberdeen Football Club supporter, I was once on my way to Tannadice to watch Aberdeen play at Dundee United, and we're speaking about the early 80s, maybe late 70s even. It was a long time ago. I was a very young boy. Probably was the late 70s actually. And anyway, Montrose, and my mate, whose older brother had a car, we're driving down, got as far as Montrose, and the snow was really, really bad. And we stopped for some food, some pies, and what have you. And it came across the radio. You had no other means of communication back then. The game was off. We thought, shite, okay, we'll just get something to eat. We'll go home again. And there was a few guys with red and white scarves on going about the town. And we said, the game's off, lads. And they went, no, it's not. And we're like, it is. Went, no, it's not. as we just heard on the radio. But no, we've got a Links Park. Oh, Montrose. Well, you Brechin? They went, aye. So we'll just go and support Brechin instead. So,
Nice.
so we just went to the Brechin end of Montrose and supported Brechin instead.
If you're wearing a red Aberdeen strip, you fit right in. I know. That's cool.
Sterling 2-2 draw. So yeah, I have actually physically supported Brechin City properly in the for the.
We'll need to get you to a game at some point. It's so we're their sponsor.
Yeah.
The Drams and hospitality are great.
Yeah. Oh, I'm up for that. Yeah. I'm a Formartin United fan, so it might not be so popular with the Brechin guys, but yeah. I was a young boy in the late 80s.
I was going to say that's
a definite yellow card.
Yeah.
I love it how Callum's typing that as if he's just got used to a new phone.
What's going on there, Callum?
Was it not Callum that read his shit? Was that?
No. He didn't read his own shit.
Oh, that's okay. I'm confused.
Callum just speaks shit. That's the.
So this is Dave's last call. It's a shit drink to decide what distillery. Like, it depends on the mood. I get that, Dave.
That's a great point, Dave. Actually,
it is a good point. But if you owned your own distillery, you would make different whiskies to determine what you make.
Yeah. You would.
So there's the question. Have you ever gone into work one day in a really shit mood and just say, I really just want to make this really robust, different whiskey because I'm in a shit mood. Guys, we're going to change the cuts, we're going to change this, we're going to do that.
Just go in and change the cut like that.
Just fucking do it.
Give us all the
Yeah. How good would that feel though, just to do that? Just one day, just go in and say, fucking Scotland lost and I'm just going to change everything.
It's worked in reverse for me, so basically
I've got the one, so I'm going to change everything.
Well, no, so you go in some days and you maybe, there's different things to be done, and potentially you could be looking at whiskey samples or whatever, and just some days it just doesn't really come together, just kind of get your head round it. So yeah, in that respect, absolutely. But yeah, I know, I don't think we're going to just go crazy, right? Feel like it.
Today's filling we're going to call heads and tails.
Yeah. I suppose you guys are in that position where you're. You could have a game of what's the time, Mr. Wolf, for the cup.
Yeah. Hope for the best. Yeah, play Russian roulette with it and get someone to taste it until they go blind. No, that's it. Yeah, you could do some rough stuff with changing cuts. That's not good. Yeah.
No.
We'll play that game when we all have the distillery of our dreams. When
Mike's driven Ardmore into the ground. Like, what have you done, Mike?
We'll come up and give you a hand, but only this once.
Yeah. This one's just let me take a photo of what cuts you've chosen.
Photo? I was about to move that. I thought I'd take a photo of it.
I've definitely, to answer your question, I've definitely made random blends out of curiosity more than anything else. So obviously a lot of what we do is either you kind of do sample matching, you do replication of existing product or contenders for others. And yeah, I've definitely had times in the lab where I'm like, I've tasted something and that tastes kind of like something else. And I'll just pick a dram and try to recreate it with totally different whiskey just for interest. Doesn't happen very often, but I say on the off chance, I've come up with some that I've like made in the style of another, just using spirit that we have just to see what we can do with it. But yeah, I think kind of Europe have the same. I think that the exciting thing with blending is for every correct recipe, you can do about kind of 8+ other ones. And actually, it's keeping that little black book of the ones that like, do you know what? This isn't what we're trying to make at the moment. But actually, if we're ever looking for something else, this actually worked really well together. This combo of casks, so ages is good fun. So yeah, there's a bit of that kind of Declan Hyde, he's alive kind of moment every now and again. You bring something out of the woodwork like, oh, right, that's a really wacky combo. Yeah.
I guess that must be both kind of infuriating, but because you must both have that idea that you're custodians of the spirit. You both your brands, although relatively new in their own.
Well, I mean, exactly as Iain said, it really took me that long to get it where it had to be.
Yeah.
Look, start moving it about again. So.
Now let's see what happens.
I mean, you're basically saying, look what happened to Man United when Alex Ferguson left. He spent so long getting there. You don't want to leave now because.
And it's right. You touched on it there too, Mike. I mean, it's been here since 1832. But certainly it's
1832. I thought you joined 15 years ago.
Well, I've been here since 1832. Yeah, well, sometimes it feels like that. Actually,
Telegraph poles as far as the eye can see.
You just made me think I've got to live. I've got to live another 7 years, for Christ's sake.
I was just a young lad putting up a telegraph.
I'm just trying to get to
1825. Right next to
Oh, that's it. It's.
Sorry, Iain. No, you go.
No, I was just going to say that. Yeah, I mean, Glen Scotia wise, it's certainly had it's had its ups and downs. So and that's why, exactly, just now we'll get this element of stability. Now, then it's important just to safeguard that for sure. So yeah.
You're more than a steady captain for the ship. I think it's been,
Jesus,
recent years it's been phenomenal what you've done with it, and obviously you're going to say it's not just you, but
correct.
With you at the helm, it's been phenomenal, and it almost makes me think Spring Who.
Spring Who?
Exactly.
No, that's terrible. Sorry.
I'm happy with that. I'm not.
I think to Mike's point, the way I always think about it is kind of being a blender or creating whiskey is kind of like being a chef at a restaurant. So you've got your menu, and people know your menu quite well, and you tend to have people that really like particular dishes on your menu. So you can't change that. You might have different specials, and you might change things on and off, but actually you kind of need to keep the mainstream. So when you say like the experimentation stuff is fun. If it was up to me, I'd bring out something bonkers every now and again just for the heck of it. But you got to kind of remember that people come to eat at your restaurant for a reason. So you kind of make sure you maintain the if creme brulee is your signature dish, you make sure you do a damn good creme brulee every time.
You're a seafood restaurant and you end up doing Highland Cow steaks.
Yeah, well, you get a batch of dodgy oysters.
That's not what I came here for. It's good, but it's not what I came for.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I heard the Langston said, they are pretty good, but we make a pretty fine sausage. Bangers and mash today.
No, that's it. But yeah, it's absolutely. You've just got to obviously do what you do, and try and do it as well as you can, because as as I keep harping on about, I remember Glen Scotia, and it wasn't that long ago. It's obviously it was 15 years ago, where it's its confidence was gone. It was just really never had a lot going for it. So it's good that it's obviously it's got a bit of stability, and it's important. But it's on the crest of a wave,
There's no wee coincidence. It was 15 years ago, Iain.
I know. I know.
Listen, two of the absolute best people in the industry, and brilliant products, fantastic journeys, two whiskies that are becoming more and more and more into the knowledge of people that drink whiskey. But thankfully, as far as I'm concerned, not fucking taken over by the bastard flippers. Absolutely in the realms of proper whiskey drinkers, so we can still get access to the wonderful, and as far as I'm concerned, the best spirit that's out there. Just absolutely best spirits out there.
Are the bastard flippers the mutant army of dolphins which are planning to invade the shore?
That's right. Yeah, they're just off the Murray coast. I try and shoot them every time I'm up there. And then
those bastard flippers.
Just raise a semi-serious point on that. Is that something that guys like yourselves look at as potential? Because I know that we kind of laugh at Springbank kind of being that they didn't plan for that, they didn't market for that. That kind of happened by chance, and I think it's tragic as Hampton. It's great for them as a business, but for the Springbank drinker, it's tragic and out of their hands. Is that something that you guys kind of look at and think, can that happen to us? Could we become too successful to that point? Is that in a marketing plan, or is it a case of that?
No. It's just obviously, Springbank's got a lot of unique points there. That's something that you'll never replicate. And its business model's probably the first one. When you consider, it's how it's run, etc., which is wonderful. It works.
5 years ago, this wasn't a case for that.
I suppose for us as well. I mean, our brands aren't at that demand, and I think that's kind of where we position ourselves too. Like we're not, which I know Springbank weren't really there, but they had their own kind of backing. I mean, I suppose if you go far enough back, Macallan drinkers could say the same thing. And like there's people that would be mainstream Macallan drinkers for a long time, and now
Macallan drinkers are different to Macallan buyers.
Well, but then people remember the day when you could pick it up for 50 quid a bottle and the old spirit. And I think that Springbank, I suppose that there's always that fear that the whiskey drinkers kind of put something on a pedestal so much that actually everyone else starts buying it, and then you don't get to have it yourself. But then actually for brands like ours, and Glen Scotia is a brilliant example of that. I think that's where you step up and say, well, yeah, actually we're at Campbelltown too. And that's not just Springbank. They make lovely whiskey. They really do. I just can't get my hands on a bottle these days, so I can't. Yeah, there's enough brilliant whiskey in the world that I'm not going to stand in the queue for 4 hours to get one. I'll just get someone else. And I think that's kind of so that's not really it's not a business model. We don't aim to sell out and then nobody be able to drink stuff.
No. I don't think anyone does. I mean, the obvious ones do, but it's not part of you guys. It's not in the background thinking, because obviously Ian, you guys had huge success recently, and there was a potential for that switch to can't get Springbank. Let's go to Glen Scotia.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, as Ian was saying there, when you consider obviously Springbank, there's only going to be a certain amount of production. So these bottles are obviously going to be, that they're going to go, aren't they? They're going to sell it, whatever. The thing about Glen Scotia is, it's the production can grow. So obviously the demand grows and the production will grow. It's always been that way since I've been here. It's always grown exponentially, over the years. So you need that growth. So there's never going to be a point where it's going to be an issue. And it's slow, it's organic, because obviously you're doing it in a controlled way, and most of that's based in quality wise. It's based in what we're producing, and keeping to the fermentation times. Exactly what I've done from day one. So you're never really going to get into that situation. Plus the fact, to be fair, Glen Scotia is not really get the same. I don't think there's many distilleries, to be fair, that's got the same curb appeal as obviously Springbank. It's obviously got that appeal. Doesn't mean to say it's the best whiskey in the world or anything like that. It's just huge following, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it's the demand that makes it grow, isn't it? It's the rarity.
And it's good for them. It really is good, and I think it's it's, as I say, they're probably unique as any distillery that I can think of, because really they don't need to, and it's wrong to say that, really they do need sales and marketing teams, of course they do, but it's
they would save money if they didn't.
It's a wonderful product, and it really it does a lot of the work for you, so and that's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So but I think it's fascinating, because what I guess the bit that they don't expand on, then we can fill the gap.
It leaves a vacuum behind the big space for others as well. I think that's the thing.
That's right.
But like I think it was Callum that mentioned earlier on, it's nice to have our wee secrets. In Glen Scotia, certainly up here, Glengarry is our secret that we don't like to tell people about too much, because if people know about it, then they buy it, and then it becomes popular, and then it becomes expensive, and then people know about it. And there is that worry that Glen Scotia is going to go that way, and Glencairn as well. Glencairn, the fact that it's not really promoted as a single malt, although it's been around since
1825. Yeah, it's been around for a while.
When you're out.
Wow.
But not really promoted as a single malt, and that is it. For a business thing for you guys, I think it's going to be extraordinary that you've got that push and you've got these new stuff going on. It's going to be great, and it's going to become part of a bigger worldwide kind of brand. We just want to keep to ourselves. We want to say, well, we sell it. We think it's really good, and we want to introduce
it here first. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I told you about them. It's like having favorite bands and stuff that go global.
Yeah. I seen them when they were playing in the
in the village hall.
Yeah,
the square. Yeah.
Barrows.
The Barrows.
No.
Nah, it's. I don't think we'll ever need to worry about that.
Yeah.
Good.
Did you check in the ballots? I mean, I want to know why, Dave. Why do you hate ballots? Because I mean, what else are we supposed to do with?
He said Russell, because you were never a prize in one.
I was never a prize. Well, there we go. Well, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But Dave, you only need to ask, to be honest. So.
I like that Ian Bruce has found an emoji of a dolphin for your bastard flippers as well. It's good.
Yeah. Ian, was it Ian that Ian? Was it you that did the original Hasselhoff?
Was Ian?
Was it Ian? I think it was Ian that did the
Ian
original.
Bruce, Ian Forteath.
No, Ian Bruce. Ian Bruce. There's lots of. Listen, IAIN seems to be my world. So.
Fraser.
Why not?
Exactly. He's like, never trust a man with one eye.
I know. Never.
Listen, I want to talk about an age. I want to talk about age, and it was funny because I was down the floor cleaning some stuff off the floor earlier on. We dropped a bag of tatties. The earth fell on the floor, and it was one of these moments when you get old. And I've just realised that you guys have never left it. For some reason, you guys have got bladders that are worth gold. I don't know what's happening.
I've already filled my pants.
Either that, or you're completely wired up. You're completely wired up with some kind of. I did consider that kind of stuff. Maybe that's a thing. I don't know. But anyway, you get to an age, and it was funny because you get to. So I had to go down and scoop up the earth from the tatties on the floor, and it was a wee bit dirty. So I got some wipes and I started cleaning the floor with the wipes. And then I thought, actually, I could just give the dishwasher a wee wipe, and I thought, I've got to that fucking age when you're down on the floor, you start seeing stuff that you just clean while you're down there because it's going to take a while before you get
open.
You've made the trip. You might as well stay down there for a little bit longer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not a really happy fucking feeling.
I'll be back down here again. Might as well.
The only good thing about that thought was I'm actually going to be drinking lots of whiskey tonight, so at least I'm going to feel better later on. But Jesus, yeah. It's life. It's life. It's fucking life. Jesus Christ. Yeah. That's
it is. It's like I went over to the Lost Loch Distillery yesterday to give them the labels for their next gin production. And I was like, well, let's make it worthwhile. I'll take Killian and Tony. We'll go for a walk. And when we get there, we'll pick up some stock. So text Richard and we'll take up the stock. And I got there. The whole place was closed down. I was like, just spent an hour getting here. well, we're here, so we'll go for the walk anyway. We did, and then we went into the shop and had a coffee. It was a brilliant day out. Lovely little afternoon out. Didn't do what we wanted to do, but we got that. Didn't have to get on my knees to do it. Otherwise, I would have ended up cleaning. Get
the kickboards. Have you discovered? So the thing I discovered with having a relatively young baby as well is that it's amazing how much time you spend doing something you achieve nothing throughout the day. I'm like, so on the paternity leave, I was like, oh, what did we do yesterday? We went for a walk and I changed his nappy 3 times. That was it. Like we managed to feed roughly. I think I got 1 more meal out of 3, and now it's Tuesday.
How much hot coffee or tea did you have during that time?
Very a couple of sips if I'm lucky.
I can do work for a hot coffee.
Yeah, so my caffeine intake has gotten to a dangerous level. I've had flutters more than once, but it's the only way I can function. I feel like I'm permanently on 5% battery life. Is the best way I can? But you look like you're carrying it pretty well. Either that or the camera's quite blurred, but you look relatively awake. Yeah. It's like embalming. It just keeps you sane. But I'm glad the Killian's healthy and well though. It's very exciting. It's
Killian's going all right. He's sleeping pretty steadily.
Yeah,
and the longer he's awake through the day, the longer he builds up our hope that at night he's going to sleep.
Yeah.
And the sharper that pain is when he kills us, he's like, no, I'm going to be awake all night too.
It's when you're tired as well, and you're just they've drifted off, and you're just about there, and then all of a sudden the crying starts again, and you're like, oh no.
But he's not a crier. He's just like a rat.
He's a velociraptor baby.
It is. It's like you think we've fed him, we've bathed him, we've changed him, and he's just the way to go to bed. And you go down, and there's nothing wrong with him, and he's just like, man, what's wrong? What's wrong? There's nothing wrong. You're like, right, there's nothing wrong. Yeah. Right. He's just like one of those tiny little snipes that he knows that will stop you.
Just when you think the silence. Welcome to Jurassic Park.
I mean, maybe I can't complain. None of us can complain that he's been fantastic. He's not a crier. He's not a moaner. He's very, very, very chill. He's just getting into I could fuck you off with one noise for the next hour. And I think he's learned that. He's just like, Daddy's almost asleep. He's Wah.
Oh, Iain, that's a terrible joke. I like it.
I think Rick's comment's the best one. Parenthood's the best thing for the future. I totally agree, Rick.
Well, without parenthood, there would be no future.
Well, indeed, absolutely. And my most recent experience of driving my youngest daughter, who's now in her late 20s, down to Manchester for a brand new experience. Oh my God, bizarre. Just that, that way when you kind of think, oh, I want you just in Scotland, and just where we kind of, and you get down to England and it's different, and it's just, and they're living their life, and
no, I imagine. Yeah, it's a crazy. We're getting all soppy now. We've had a few drams, but I know. It's amazing the amount of love for a little ball of goo that I never realized I had before. I think that's the.
I know.
It's the anxiety and the love that you just have no idea.
Yeah,
have no idea that was possible. And I tell you what, I bet you think you realize now how much of a fucking cunt you were to your parents.
Yeah, well, I haven't.
Not yet. I was the third. I was a dream. I
was the first. I just got yelled at about everything. My brother got off for everything. But no, it's
totally. oh my fucking God, I can't believe how fucking worried she was about me. This is awful.
Well, I mean, again, childbirth as well. I'm like, I'm sorry for every time I had arguments with your mum, like you were. Yeah, I was like, geez, yeah, you don't really. Yeah, it's an amazing thing. But yeah, it's are the parents maturing casts for the bairns? That's a good point.
Are the parents the cast
maturing the bairns? Oh right, as in are we the barrels for them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I've always looked a little bit like a shit.
I don't think we pass SWA rules, but
no. Yeah, not okay enough.
9 months finished.
Yeah. That's terrible. Oh dear. Yeah, that's a fair point. I never thought of it that way. I never thought of it in whiskey terms. But no, it's an amazing thing. But it's quite exciting that you're going through it at a similar time. I say Felix is just over 4 months now, and yeah. Don't get me wrong, like Siobhan yelled at me the other day because he was kicking off and nothing was stopping him. So I started opening bottles of whiskey. He loved the bottle and I just put it in front of his nose. Just obviously I'm not giving him any alcohol, don't worry. But what are you doing? I was like, well, I want him to be a blender at some point, so I thought I might as well give him an interest.
Write down.
Yeah.
Crayons. Different colour crayons.
Yeah.
Colour.
Toravig. Yeah. Glen Cadam. Yeah, he likes the shine of the bottles, but no, don't worry, I've not been spamming him. But
history will go down as knowing that the master blender who used to be Angus Dundee was known as Crazy Forteath.
I actually love
angle test at the age of 1. Right, what's the difference between these 3 aromas?
We're now articulating the absolute finesse of babies now that Kat's gone. And there's no female on screen. We're just like, yeah, we know what we're doing. It's great.
No, not at all. I know.
Babies are easy. Babies are easy.
Is Tony still on the cat? Oh, just yeah.
Tony's not. No, I got a message from her saying, "When are you going home?" Right. I can't get to bed because he's sleeping on my lap, and I'm like.
Right.
Well, I'm going to stay here as long
in that term, to be some kind of sensibility person, it is now 4 hours. There's no way any Blether in the future is ever going to break this record. I think from a public point of view, it is probably the point in time that we have to see guys.
Before we do that for the Russell half, can I say a few words just briefly?
Yes, you can. Absolutely.
Firstly, it's been an absolute pleasure to see someone with such enthusiasm and care for whiskey as yourself. I think it's always. I think that you see younger folks that get into the industry. It's great when they get really enthused, and I think that your journey is really cool about the fact that you went from saving people to then getting them drunk. But no, I'm kidding about that. But no,
when young people get into whiskey, it's actually really exciting when old people do.
But that's
what you meant.
No, not at all. But no, I've enjoyed every interaction with you, and I think you're a great kind of beacon for the community generally. And I think that G&M will do a great job with you. I think Mike and the guys have been a great incubator for you as well, and I think that you've given a lot to them too. So you will be missed. The Blethers are great fun. I'm sure Kat will do a fantastic job with them too. So it's no just there too. But no, I just thanks for all of your hard work on your side. You've done some great stuff. That Glencadam cask you stole from us because I would have loved to have bottled it myself. But your tasting notes have been great. Your enthusiasm and just general banter has been great, and your love for whiskey is it's infectious even for us that get to do it every day. So thanks from us. And I also found some words online because I know that you are in fact the Russell half. I thought that we can all learn some words from this poem, and that is some people stand in the darkness, afraid to step into the light. Some people need to help somebody when the edge of surrender is in sight. Don't you worry, it's gonna be all right, because I'm always ready. And I'll be ready. Brackets, I'll be ready. Never to fear. No, don't you fear. I'll be ready. Forever, always. I'll always be here. So there you go. Thank you, Baywatch, for the.
Can I just tell this little story, Iain? Because I'm sure you have this wonderful analogy of Russell's time with us too. But Forteath, when you mentioned that, I was like, I know that. And there was a band when I worked in my local hotel, Sunblock, who rejigged the Baywatch tune and were doing nightclubs all over the world. And they came in. I was doing night shift, and they came into my hotel. They were staying in my hotel in Inverurie, and they were like, and honestly, the two guys were like kind of pricks. But they had two lasses with them, and they were like absolutely stunning, like really kind of great and all that, and happy and this kind of stuff. And they were like, "Oh, can we get breakfast when we come home at 5 o'clock?" And I'm like, "Well, not really. Breakfast starts at 7." And they were like, "Oh, but you will," and doing the whole kind of sweet thing. And I was like, "Okay, go on then. Go, right." So write down what do you want for breakfast, like bacon and egg and all this kind of stuff. And like, no, pancakes. And so I was like, "Well, write down what you had." And they wrote it down. Then they came back, and one of them had written their number and stars and kisses and all that. And I was like, "Cool." No idea who they were, no idea what was going on or anything like that. And I was like, "Yeah, that's fine. I'll file that away and stuff." It wasn't until like the day after I'd finished and all that, and the receptionist coming afterwards was like, "Did you call that lassie?" I was like, "Why?" I was like, "She was drunk and all that." And she was like, "They were sunblock. They were doing this. The guys who released that, Are You Ready?" I was just like, fuck, I just thought they were just like really drunk and stuff. And I was like, I had all this, like, they were like all flirty and all that. I was like, bollocks, I could have like danced with sunblock and all that. I was like, yeah, I just was just like too stubborn in my job. Like, no, don't give me your number. Don't give me that.
Professional. That's
I was professional to my detriment. Worst night of my life. Tony, if you're still watching, I love you.
To be fair, so I was, if I'd intended to be on screen on time, which just didn't happen, I was going to try and open with the Baywatch theme tune, but then I realized that the words might think were funny. So there you go. So yeah, you can have it in poetry form instead. Spoken word.
Iain, love you. Love you with all my heart. And I give you a pie and a bottle of Pepsi.
You did indeed. Yeah.
I
knew you were a good guy when you
know how much I love you.
Thank Adam training. You handed me a pie and a Lucasade Sport, and first thing in the morning, I'm like, he knows.
Russell, all this love is getting sent through to you just now.
I see that. But hey, listen, guys, it's been a blast. I've absolutely loved it. The Blether's been brilliant. The weekly chats have been fantastic. The people we've had on has been amazing. And my two favourites are here, along with my boss, who I've got to say is all right, But, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for watching tonight. Thank you for so many for watching for so long. I mean, Jesus Christ, 4 hours. We're still here. Wonderful. You know where I am. We'll not be strangers. We'll all be in touch. You're not going to miss the Hoff. The Hoff's alive. The Hoff's here. He's not gone. Plans, you guys.
Take care.
Let's not be strangers. Yeah.
Take care.
All the best.
Good night.
Russell, you've been an absolute pleasure to work with. And as always, we'll wish you very, very best in your next role. And we'll keep in touch.
Of course we will.
Yeah.
I'm just working somewhere else that's going to spread the love further. That's all it's going to do. Yeah. Slans, guys.
Cheers,
Take care. Okay, take care.